All right, we're live.
Yay!
So, name's Matt C. Thanks for coming by, checking out this stream. I'm with Brian, the shot caller ball. We wanted to hang out for a bit, talk about crowdfunding, talk about his approach to branding and marketing and managing projects, managing teams, actually fulfilling expectations for customers, and being an all-around awesome guy and professional, I guess, right? So
Right, and we're also going to be drunk, so I apologize for any rants I go on. I also apologize. I only started like 20 minutes ago, so I'm only 2 beers in. I was busy writing down my jotting down my notes.
Well, you got 12 in front of you right now, right? You have. I mean, this is what's so amazing about you. You put out a joke on Twitter, and like 10 minutes later, someone sends you a money for a 6-pack, I guess.
Oh man, I had 2 people send me money for 6-packs. I was like, heck yeah, I'm taking that money, and I actually did buy the 6-pack, so I'm fulfilling my promises. And that's number one. Always fulfill your promises, people.
Yeah. Don't just take the money and run.
Unless you have a take the money and run campaign.
Exactly. Yep. What can you dox your favorite beer for us?
805 is what it's called.
Okay.
Let me.
Is that a lager?
Or? Check. It's a local brew.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just dump this in the chat real quick. Boom. And that's what we drink around the armory.
Oh, cool. So you've got it all. It's almost like you've been doing this for more than just like 3 years, and you're the most like professional setup I've ever seen when it comes to self-published comics.
That's how really it looks like.
Shocking.
So, yeah. I gotta say, I really haven't been doing this for a long time. If you check out my that GoFundMe, so if you click the GoFundMe link, I linked in chat. I've been messing with this since like 2016, late 2016, and as you can see, that GoFundMe didn't get past $185. I was only asking for about $500. So I learned a lot in the beginning about failing. And I've looked around like Kickstarter and Indiegogo, and I saw a lot of campaigns that would, fail to meet their goal, and they couldn't print, and they couldn't do X, and they couldn't do Y, and they couldn't do Z. And I looked at everything and was like, you know what? I'm just going to take failure out of the equation here. And this book is coming out no matter how many people I have to kill. And that's was my mindset about everything moving forward.
Yeah, I guess the first step is that confidence, but the next step is there's a lot of people who are vying for your attention on how to do that right, how to do it well, and somehow you are taking notes from people who actually knew how to do it, or you came up with your own notes. Maybe you invented this, because I haven't seen anyone with the Patreon model, but.
So the Patreon model, actually, I stole that from a lady named Tracy Scopes, and she taught me everything that I learned, and I can't thank her enough. She taught me how to letter. She taught me how to put PDFs together. She taught me how to like set your Patreon up and whatnot. I originally was set up just specifically for a web comic only, but as demand for printing came about, I had to revise the tiers a little bit to just cover the basic printing costs and the basic shipping costs. And then eventually I just decided, like, you know what? I can tweak everything to where I don't come out of pocket for anything. And so I just set up goals. And once I met that, I just ran with it. So it all became like this, you're going to hear me say this a lot, project management, which... everyone knows I'm a soldier, so taking what I know about mission planning and coordinating missions I just took what I learned from that and applied it to, you know, the Patreon, and went from there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So not being a soldier, the smartest thing I can do to come up with to anticipate like what your approach was, I guess, knowing exactly what success looks like, I suppose, and having that be your target, not
Right.
just coming in. Yeah.
So everybody focuses on the success, right? And you look at like say Orgasm Girl, she had like a Indiegogo, and her success was $11,000 funded. Me, I looked at what was failure, right? And
okay.
my gauge of failure was a lot different from everybody else. Because let's say the Patreon tanks and it goes away, and I don't have that anymore. This book is still going to come out, like regardless.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's insane, really, but it's that's kind of like my approach to this. I did not set myself up for failure. That's why I don't do Kickstarter. That's why I don't do Indiegogos, because I feel like those have this opportunity for you to fail, and I want to just completely eliminate that. So I know people don't like Patreon or that subscription model, but what that does for me is that puts my back to the wall, and that lets me know, like, hey, I have to produce, I have to update, I have to do these things in order to show like the people that are giving me money that, hey, I'm not just taking your money and going to start a whole new business somewhere else, or I'm not taking your money and paying for fonts. I'm not taking your money and, you know, snorting cocaine. I'm actually taking your money and using it to the book. I will say like 90% of my budget goes to printing, shipping, paying Luigi, paying whoever my colorist is at the time, and that last it's the last like $1,200 goes into finding a new artist to do new cover work, and that's it. So I literally make no money off of this whatsoever, which I know it's crazy, but that's making money was not my metric for success.
Yeah. So I guess I mean, you're right. If the dollar sign on your campaign is your measurement for success, then it's hard to keep your head in the game after that goes in your bank account, and you have to actually that starts to feel like your money rather than money that is supposed to be that isn't yours until everyone else gets paid first, you know, till your artist gets paid, till people get their books. But I guess when you have it trickling in each month and people are backing for particular tiers, and you've got that whole setup, subscription-based kind of model going on, where, you know, there's so many people who are going to roll into like being like a 6-month subscriber or something like this, and you know what that entails, or so much engagement on Discord, which you kind of let me see under the hood a little bit about, and how that can kind of contribute towards what they're going to get each month. That's a real practical expectation on what you have to manage, I guess.
Right. And Discord's been like a godsend. Sometimes I'll put out, like, I'll test put out updates in Discord, and I'll see like the reaction to it. Like, okay, that's a bad idea, I won't do that. And so when I finally do like my actual Patreon updates, it's been vetted a little bit. So in a way, they don't know that they're my guinea pigs for stuff, but they're my guinea pigs for a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's cool because I guess that model, one of the great things about Discord, I actually like how, I don't know, somehow it feels like community gets a little more organic there. So people are committed to hanging out in Discords. They're kind of committed to just kind of chilling a little bit more. Like there's no performative opinions in a way. Like you're there just because you want to hang out with the people that are directly there. You know, it could be 30 people who are ever going to see what you have to say on a particular topic, but you're going to post it, I guess, because you want to, and you're going to develop real connections. So it's kind of cool. Like it's just such a more informal setting. This being like the opposite from like Twitter, where you're kind of hoping, no matter what you do, you're hoping it's performative successfully, and you get a lot of viral feedback from strangers on that. And that's not really a way to grow any kind of networking or community, or it's not even a good way to engage, to figure out like what you're doing right and wrong, and getting feedback on your issues, you know. But the guys in your Discord are probably giving you really solid, honest feedback.
Oh, they give me like the best solid and honest feedback.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, hey guys, I'm thinking about doing something, just whatever. Like I'm thinking about doing prints next. What do you guys think about prints? Then people will chime in like, well, I wouldn't buy that, or that's not really my thing. I would really just want this. How about another cover? Oh, you should look for this artist for a cover, you know? I actually have one patron who they've signed up only because I got Brian Shearer to do a cover for us. Well, not me, but
wow.
my old friend Shane, who no longer with us. It's Dwayne now, but you know, like there's a lot of like, hey, we have like this channel we call Good Idea Fairy.
Yeah.
Sometimes the ideas aren't anything I'm capable of doing, but sometimes they're very, very solid. I'll get like some very solid ideas. Like one guy wants us to do like another Witcher cosplay. That's whatever. Another guy's like, hey, how about keychains? Like, oh, I might be able to pull that off. You know, so feedback like that, you know, it's easier to get from the people that are actually your fans, engaged, like, okay, they would actually buy into this, rather than going to Twitter and having some random stranger that isn't really invested in your product saying like, oh, I would never buy that. It's like, okay, I don't really care about your opinion. You're not actually active here and buying my stuff. So I really care about the people that, you know, are active and buying our gear and saying like what they would like to see and what not like to see, and that helps us grow, and that actually helps us research like other products and stuff.
Yeah, because like even if on Twitter someone says what they would want to see, you know, even that feels a little less it's not direct communication with you. They're actually communicating with everyone they hope to have seen that positive feedback to.
Right. So
and sometimes even that feels like less valuable. So
it really does. So like what was it? So there's like two major things that I get requested all the time, and one of them is prints and the other is socks. So I can do prints. That's the easy part. Through our storefront, I found a way to get prints done for cheap, so it's just drop shipped to people. And if I could find somebody that has got like our Raven and a Katsu prints, those are some very high quality textured cardstock prints. Like these are no joke. But
nice cardstock, wow.
Right, and then there's socks. So getting socks done is a little bit more costly, and I can't really justify doing socks just for one person to get a pair of socks. So the pricing for that's going to be a little high, and that's unfortunate. So someone might request socks, see the pricing on that, and be like, oh, I'm not going to buy those. I can go to Walmart and get them for cheaper. Like, yeah, but I'm doing these, and I have to buy them in bulk. I got to get the warehouse spacing. You know, I got to pay for, you know, the people to print the image onto the socks and whatnot. So all of the cost that goes into that, I don't think people really recognize. So when someone asks for like body pillows, like, yeah, I could do body pillows, but that's going to cost me like $400. I already know that off the top of my head. So when they see the price is set like at whatever the price is and they scoff at it, it's like, look, I'm not trying to rob you of your money. I'm just trying to recover the cost of getting the image created, getting the printing done, getting the pillow, like getting the warehousing for the pillow and the pillow cover. Like there's all these multiple different things that when you're looking at merch in itself, that costs, and people don't realize like, oh, snap, that's going to cost and have to sell stuff at a certain price point just to break even.
By the way, we've got I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You've got all your friends in the chat. They're yelling at you
to stop drinking.
Some people are telling you to drink more. Some people are saying no socks. Some people are saying don't drink. It's all over the place, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, see, part of the thing you figured out, and this is the key. This is like the hidden factor that folks that keep, I don't know, just assuming that they can pull this off just so long as they just raise the money, is that you've actually researched which companies have already figured out like a pipeline structure towards per order investments on your part, I guess. Like there's a lot of companies that you can, like, you're getting your issues printed where you can say like, it's this many I need this month and no more, no less. And they can provide that. They've already set up a pricing structure because they already do this like custom order type thing. And there's probably less companies doing socks. And there's, it sounds like it's easier to get body pillars than socks because there's a company that's doing that. And there's even more that are doing prints, but these are things that people don't necessarily think about.
Company, and here's the thing, wow. I have shared my methodology with a number of creators, and I always get the same excuse that, well, I got to go crowdfund in order to do that, or I don't have the money for that. There's probably like maybe one or two where like, okay, yeah, I get it, you don't have the money for it, I understand your situation is unique. But then you have other creators where it's like, you just raise X amount of cash to get your book done. You can spend the $40 a month to set up your storefront and then get this done. Dan Sakuro, who runs like the Mythoverse comics series, right?
Yeah.
So you'll see Dan doing like waifu pillows, beach towels, wall scrolls, and puzzles. Mm-hmm. Guess who you got that information from?
From yourself?
Yeah, from me. And I told Dan exactly where to go, how to set it up, where to do it. His Patreon uses almost nearly the exact same model as mine. He uses my printer, and it's like, hey, I'm telling people to use these things because I know that they work. And I try to make it a point to pass this information down because, other creators, especially the professionals, I don't know why, they try to keep their printing a secret. They try to keep their merch a secret. I'm like, well, if you keep this a secret, when you have somebody coming up that's trying to like launch a book or whatever, like they're not going to be as successful if they don't have all this information beforehand. So being a good steward, because I know like the indie comics community is very, very small, right?
Yeah.
So if we're not good stewards of that, it's going to crumble. There're not going to be that many good creators getting off the ground, whether I like a project or not. I just want to see people put their stuff out and be successful at it. So I make sure, like, I share all my trade secrets as I learn them, because in those secrets, you also learn the things I failed at, right? Yeah. And not make those mistakes.
Yeah. And I even think, what you're doing, that sort of sharing the knowledge is, I like that there's a selfish motivation factor in that too, if I can say, because it's helping the customer have a better track record with getting what they ask for per year, because more creators are able to learn how to do things successfully. So people are more confident and comfortable coming back again and again and investing in things in general, which means they're investing in you more, which is great.
So it has like a three-pronged, I have like a three-pronged approach to this. So one, it helps me with my credibility as a creator that, hey, look, I'm doing this thing. I know this works. Do this. And if someone can replicate that and do better by word of mouth, it's like, hey, look, I had issues, but I went to Brian, and Brian said, do this, and it worked for me. So that helps build my reputation up as a creator, doing positive stuff.
Yeah, that's
for the customer. For the customer, it definitely does stuff for them. But also, for other creators, it gives them more ammunition, to fight with, because everybody knows that like when one creator fails to deliver on their project, it doesn't just fail that creator. It fails everybody that is crowdfunding or doing anything wacky like I'm doing, because customers are a little bit more weary. Like, oh, okay, that project looks cool, but I'm not going to fund it because this other guy burned me.
Yep.
Dwayne had told my friend Dwayne told me like people who are used to backing crowdfunded books 100% are how do you phrase it? Well, they're just used to getting burned. So whenever something happens, they're automatically going to come at you with pitchforks and flames, no matter how minor like the issue is. Like, hey guys, my printer's backed up, and they come up with pitchforks and torches. It's like, hey, look, we're already working on it. There's a fix for it. Yeah. Let's calm down. Let's not get mad.
Yeah.
But they're just so used to like say. Who's the Hawaiian dick guy? B. Claymore not fulfilling. They're used to Rob Liefeld taking like 30 grand from them and running. The thing with Critias, they're used to like stuff like that all the time. And I would like to change that perception.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we know that as long as there's been crowdfunding, there's been this issue, and there will be more. I'm sure there's more campaigns that funded in 2018 that unfortunately are going to either not fulfill or underfulfill.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
But we got to do our part.
Budget.
Yeah.
So this is kind of I'm going to go back to the printer thing. So the printer thing, one of the things I really wanted to make note on was a lot of problems that some creators have that I've seen just firsthand is they don't even have a printer lined up before they start crowdfunding. And that's why they fail or they take too long, and they have this pride of not letting their backers know what exactly is happening. And again, I've seen this firsthand where I know of a project right now that should have been a slam dunk, and all they had to do was ask me like, hey, how do you format this stuff? Or how do you do X, Y, and Z? And I would have done it for free. Like, yeah, sure. Send me the files. I'll format it for you. I'll do it for free. Like, I don't care. Like, it's your project. I just want you to be successful. Would have done it for free, helped them out. And now here we are almost 2 years later, and they're talking about like, oh, well, my printer, they're Chinese and they're backed up and I don't know what to do. It's like, man, if you had just used who I told you to use, you wouldn't have had this problem.
Yeah.
But I digress. I also try to drive it into like my fellow creators, like, hey, learn how to do this yourself first before you like sign with another publisher or someone that's going to quote unquote fulfill this stuff for you. Because if you know how exactly like the timelines of these things work, and this all is going to roll back into project management, I promise you. Once you learn how these things work and you can do it yourself, if a publisher approaches you and says, hey, I like your work, I want to fulfill it for you, and this is my cut, you start asking them hard questions like, well, I could do this myself and I keep 100% of the profit, so why do I need you? Right? So that's the one thing about Antarctic Press, and the reason why we stuck with them was because, hey, look, Antarctic Press can get us into stores. And getting into stores, getting on the shelves, that's honestly the end goal for anybody. Because once you have that, whether you're making 3,000 in sales or 4,000 in sales as an indie person, that's amazing. Because we were only projected at first to sell about 800 to 900 copies, and we ended up selling out at 4,000. So,
I mean, that's the 1% right there.
That's the 1%. But who else could replicate that? I'm really hoping that other people could replicate that level of success and probably do it better. But if you don't know, how printing works, how fulfillment works, how to set up a printer proof and how to do all that stuff before you get picked up by like a Facebook publisher or what I like to call them just a vanity press, you're going to end up losing money to people that don't care about your product. And I've also seen that affect other people's campaigns. I know at least one campaign right now where, the guy has a physical copy of his book because he used my printer, and he's just waiting on someone else to fulfill the campaign for him. And it's like, man, if I just listened to you, Brian, I would have had this all done and out the door already. But
wait, so how are you? Do you want to talk about fulfillment then? I guess like So people are figuring out how to print things, but their idea of success is well, let me just back up a little bit. I get the impression that a lot of people since 2018 or so are coming in with this success model. It's not just about raising a lot of money. It's about I need to come in with a big ass team. That's what pros like. I got to do it the Marvel way. Like we gotta the more people on my team, the more successful I am, and I got to hire out a lot of these services as much as possible, and that makes me look even more like Stanley or something. I don't know.
I mean, that means you're just spending a lot of money. That's all that really means.
Yeah.
Trent and I approach this very, very practical, right? So the original rag script that we wrote together was over 200 something pages, and there was no way we were going to crowdfund that like on Kickstarter or something.
Yeah.
And get that funded and then printed and shipped and all of that stuff. So what we did Trent was like, why don't we just break this down into smaller pieces and get those done piece by piece? And if during that time, like, hey, let's do like 15 pages. And if that's a success, we'll move on to the next one. And if that's a success, we'll move on to the next one, and next one, and next one, and next one, and next one. And thank God Trent made that suggestion, because a 200-page graphic novel right now we wouldn't have been able to pull off, and we would be late, and we would probably be like underfunded, not having really anything to show at the time.
Yeah. That's one big factor, is that it's funny to think, to realize, because when you're holding a 200-page book in your hands, it's a very big practical difference between that and a single issue of something. But on a campaign, it's a very abstract idea. I think what's more practical, the most practical your campaign can be for someone, is the art that's already made. And I suppose you as the creator or creators, and your engagement with people online, that feels very practical, because people can get a sense of the width and breadth and the scope of I don't know, your trustworthiness, I guess, and your professionalism.
Right.
But how many pages? I mean, people pay $30 for 24 pages. They'll pay $30 for 120 pages. But the factor is, does it look like quality, and do the creators seem like quality? I think that's how people are gauging things. So
right.
Yeah, beefing up the page count doesn't make people buy books. Yeah,
and to go back to the team, the same here. But to go back to the team, originally it was just me and Trent, and then Luigi, and then our very first colorist.
Yeah.
And we didn't even think like, oh man, someone's got to do the lettering on this. So, we put our heads together like, man, how do we letter? And that's when I reached out to Tracy. I was like, hey, Tracy, I know you do your comics. How do I letter? Like, how is lettering supposed to look like? And she sent me like this 120-page document and like all these links to go read and go learn. And then talking to Luigi back and forth, it's like, okay, so we're gonna need to letter this. So do I need to hire a letter? And Luigi was like, well, actually, I know a guy that can letter, so we'll use him. So we used that person at first, and then eventually, like right around issue 3, issue 4, I've been lettering. So things are kind of wonky, but they're not as But it's not as noticeable, because I've had the time to like sit back and look and kind of reverse engineer how lettering is supposed to work, how it's supposed to look, how it's supposed to go, how to make the bubbles fit. Yeah. And so now it's like all Luigi does is he draws, then we hand it to the colorist, we get the tattoo vectors in there, and then Luigi puts in the word bubbles, and then I hit the letters, and that's it.
So, and the other model, people would think that you would think yourself, if you took this traditional looking at the big two and then trying to copy paste that into self-published stuff, you would think, oh, now I'm slightly less successful because I'm doing this myself. But what you're thinking is I can actually improve my efficiency now, which helps the campaign and serves the backers even more. So
right. So let's say like the more I can take off Luigi's shoulders so that he can focus on just drawing, the better. Right. So he does like the pencils and the ink. So that's, and we go back and forth about layouts and how things are supposed to look. And I reject stuff all the time. And I'm pretty sure the guy hates my guts by now. We've been working together for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he hates my guts by now with how much stuff I've kicked back. But, you know, once we have that locked in, it's just, you know, 2 or 3 days and he gets me 5 pages and we shoot that over to our colorist. And our colorist knocks them out and then I get them and start lettering. And the more you can assembly line your work and be active in it, you know, the better it is like for the whole entire team. And I try to keep my team as small as possible. So like say, hey, if there's an issue with like any portion of it, it's like, hey guys, we messed up here. How do we fix this? It's a lot easier to fix with 2 to 3 people than it is the 9 to 12 people.
Yeah. I guess coming at it from another direction, and this is me. All right, I'm going to critique myself here. So coming at it from a straight self-published perspective, I'm thinking the less people, the better always. So the most efficient approach is to be a single creator team, one person team doing everything. And the downside to that is obviously more people can actually carry the load, carry the bigger, you know, can make the project go faster. But assembly lines work for a reason. So I can save money, but I'm also, I mean, that's just kind of, now I'm embarrassed that I brought that up because it's so obvious. But I mean, for crowdfunding for years, for like a decade almost, as soon as Kickstarters came out and Jason Brubaker and all these guys broke 6 figures, being the only person working on their projects and doing the webcomic approach, which is generally, I mean, you said that you were shooting for webcomic only first, but generally people, you know, the idea, the picture in people's head. And again, this is just as bad as like thinking of Jim Lee and trying to appropriate that for your tiny campaign, for my tiny campaign. But it's just as bad to like just take this like 2008 webcomic approach and say, you know, I'm just kind of doodling in my spare time after work, and then suddenly I'm going to port that over and start printing. Sometimes you do need a team in order to fulfill things and actually get things done fast. But I guess it's about finding, it's about finding quality people on your team and then just limiting it to just the people that you require to meet those expectations, I guess, to manage it efficiently, I suppose.
Right, because if Rags was drawn in my art style, I bet you it wouldn't be as successful as it is now. I actually had a friend who told me, like, dude, all you should do is just draw it really shittily, and then maybe, hopefully, one day somebody will take pity on you, like dude from One Punch Man, and they'll redraw it for you. I'm like, I don't want anybody's pity. I just want this to look good. I would rather pay for it to look good and be proud of it than to get somebody's pity art, you know?
Maybe we talk about that. You want to talk about all the reasons why people back campaigns, or is that's pretty broad?
Yeah, that's pretty broad.
Yeah, and that's really, honestly, you probably agree with me. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's everyone can back whatever campaign they want for whatever reason, I guess. You know, it's up to them. There's no like bad reason to back something. But for you, like, you're sleeping at night knowing that the priority you have is quality, and it really is speaking for itself. But you need more than, in this day and age, you need more than good art and good story to sell a comic. You need that consistent professionalism. Yeah, yes. You need management,
project management.
Yeah, landed the plane with project management. So What else are we missing with project management? What else are we missing?
Budget, like knowing your budget, man. As we saw with like Critias, he was just spending money on crazy stuff during his campaign, and a lot of that should have happened prior to his campaign even kicking off. All the fonts that I used were free fonts I got from it was like here, like dafont.com, and then
by the way, Ginger Dominion, she's critiquing your vocabulary in the chat.
Shut up, Dwayne. There's another one. It's like
DaFont's pretty good. You say DA font? I always thought it was DaFont, but I don't know.
DaFont and what's the other one? There's like another one.
Font Space or something.
No, it's the one that you gotta pay for.
Yep. Oh yeah.
But they got some free ones on there. But I was very specific about like the fonts I wanted to use. We had a couple of test runs with a couple free fonts. Didn't really like them. Found two paid ones that actually worked. We bought the licenses for those and then ran with it. No, but that was all before we went to like print or whatever. So just knowing what your budget is and then working that out with your artist ahead of time. So I know, like, okay, I get a certain amount of money through Patreon. That first $1,000 pays for Luigi's salary, or it pays for colors, and then the rest of it's printing, shipping, fulfillment, and then whatever else is left over goes in my pocket. I'm not just like taking the money, paying off my credit card debt, or paying off my car note, or hey, look, there's a new hooker in town. I haven't tried her yet. Like I'm not doing frivolous stuff with that money.
Yeah,
is really like the point.
Yeah,
I know that was like really outrageous, but it's like you're really like the problem is like people don't know what their budget for a project is. Like a 24-page book is around $2,400 to $3,000, give or take, depending on the artist, depending on how much you're paying. Like, there's a number of factors, but it generally falls between those numbers, right? Yeah. And then,
but people don't know that. Like, there's been a whole new level. It's unfortunate of the circumstances, but I have never heard people like suddenly everyone is aware that that Curtius had about $300 per page with his $39,000 campaign to print, to draw, print, and ship. Yeah,
there's no way he's ever going to get that done, and that's very unfortunate.
Yeah,
very unfortunate. He can't even refund anybody.
Yeah, it's sad. But people didn't know that until like a week ago. That you have to really get down to each page, or I mean, you knew it. Some other creators knew it, but it wasn't this sort of knowledge. I guess this failure has led to a lot of people really upping their game in terms of how practical. Like they can now talk. A lot of people are talking down to the page how much it costs to create, print, and ship. That's whole new levels. No one's ever talked about crowdfunding comics at that practical of a level. I don't think the general audience of crowdfunding knew that until now. So it's kind of nice in a way, but sad it had to be learned this way.
Yeah, it's very sad that it had to be learned that way. But that was something like I looked at as I was as we were making rags. Like that first 15 pages, that was $2,000, and I paid that out of pocket. That wasn't none of that money. None of that money that went into that prologue was crowdfunded whatsoever. I paid that out of pocket.
Wow, that's
I set up an agreement with Luigi. I was like, hey, look, all right, this is what I propose. Is this okay with you? We worked it out between us, and then we got it done. So again, project management, knowing the budget for your project and what it's going to cost overall. And knowing Luigi's prices, what he charges for inks or pencils, what he charges for inks, what he charges like for colors, it's like, okay, I can afford up to X amount, and then after that, I have to pass this off to somebody else. So I knew what my left and right limits were, and I worked within that. And again, like, hey, look, if the prologue was a success, we'll move on to the next thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing, next thing. And what Critias didn't fully understand was like, what was his page count? Like 130.
Yeah, 30 something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 130 something. Let me do a quick calculation. It's like 130.
Like, it wasn't even divided by 24, I don't think. So I don't know where he came up with that number.
Yeah, but whatever it was, that $38,000 that he had probably only funded the first 128 pages. Right. And that's not good. And then you have like teams like Mark Pellegrini and Tim Lim, where they don't really have to. I mean, they're a team. They don't really have to pay themselves or pay an artist or pay a writer. Like, they're just a team working in tandem, so money's not an issue. So, for them, it's like 100% profit. For like guys like me and Trent, where like, okay, we're just writers, we can't draw. How do we make this work for us and then make a profit? It's like, okay, well, someone's got a budget. Someone's got to know. Like, okay, Luigi can draw 2 pages in a day and a half, and it's going to cost us this much. And so we're going to pay him this amount every month to do X, Y, and Z. And once that gets done, we'll have it off to the colorist, and the colorist can do about one and a half to maybe 2 pages a day, depending on how the page dynamic is set, like how the page is set up. Like if it's like a full page spread, they can knock that out in an hour. If it's a one page with 7 panels and then another page with like 12 panels, that's probably going to take them 2 days. So knowing that, you adjust accordingly to work within you just maximize the skill set of everybody that's involved, is what I'm basically saying.
Yeah.
And looking at what Talent Mall is saying, like, multi-member team comics is a new thing because folks don't understand how unrealistic it is unless you're a knowledgeable business person. That's completely 100% true. And I like to point this out. I am retarded to the utmost degree, and I figured this out on my own. And it pains me every day that other people either don't ask or they don't ask anyone about this stuff before they launch their campaigns. So, the only people that I have kind of working for me for free are my interns, and even that bugs me. And so I even have a Patreon goal where, like, hey, look, if we hit this goal, I can actually pay my interns for all the work and marketing stuff that they've done for me. So, like, making sure your team is paid is like the most very important thing as a writer who can't draw. If you're not any of those things, then you don't have to worry about it whatsoever.
What do you think about so David Portella in the chat, he was saying he says the problem you're having, I'll summarize. He's basically saying, I understand him to be saying, because the artist, you're hiring the artist, there's a lot of work that's being put on someone that you're kind of subcontracting to.
Yeah,
and
that's not
that
a problem.
person that's
project management. That is project management. That is not a problem.
Okay,
that is not a problem. If you're launching a crowdfunding a crowdfunding camp. The beer's getting me now. If you're launching a crowdfunding campaign, this is all part of project management. You need to budget. You need to know how much a 24-page book is going to cost you to hire an artist, a colorist, a letterer. You need to have all that sorted out before you go launch on Indiegogo with a $10,000 goal. Just some $10,000 arbitrary goal. You need to have all that figured out. So I don't really see that as a problem. I just see that as a point of failure that people don't focus on. They're just like, oh, I'm going to write a comic and then I'm going to get it done. And then I'll just go from there, and I'll just sort out any issues I have in the interim in between. And that's really why we have all these campaigns as jacked up as they are. Like, I know what my artist costs, so my Patreon budget, those first couple goals, bam, that covers that. And if that doesn't cover that, I'm paying that out of pocket. I make sure that my artist gets paid so this project gets done. And that's what this is. This is a project. Okay, so if the chat doesn't know, I work my main day job. I do some government contracting stuff, and we have what we call siege rolls and poems that we have to push up to our government bosses. And you have to be on point with every piece of that pie. Like, hey, look, this is when we're going to start the job. This is when we're going to do a site survey. This is when we're going to order materials. This is when materials are going to arrive. This is when we're going to drop materials off on site. This is when the technician is going to go on site, get that material, install it. This is how long it's going to take them. And then we're going to do, they call it SOVOT, but it's pretty much QA/QC. Then we're going to do QA/QC, and then we're going to have time set aside for all that to make sure everything's all right. And then we're going to hit our pop before this month. And all that is like down to the last final minute. So, same thing with comics. You have to, like, I learned this the hard way, so I really hope people are taking notes. Like, if you're trying to put out a monthly comic, right? Let's say you're wanting to put out a monthly comic. You have to know, like, hey, my artist can only do but a page a day. Am I really is it really realistic for me to say, like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a book out every month? Sometimes Luigi can belt out like 4 or 5 pages within a week. Some pages might take him longer depending on the level of detail. So you got to know, like the skill set and your ability of your artist. And this, again, all comes back to project management. You have to seriously know the capability of your team. And as a soldier, this all comes back. Like, if I'm with a squad, right, and I'm going to go to, like, Afghanistan or Iraq, I got to know, like, hey, my saw gunner, he can go about 18 hours, and then, like, he gets loopy. Or, like, my commo guy, the guy carrying the radio on his back, he's got a certain amount of time before he just tuckers out. My point man, he's good to go for, like, 72 hours nonstop. He's a hard charger. It's like knowing the people. It really comes down to, like, knowing the people in your team, what they're proficient at in their skill set, and using that to your utmost advantage. It's all mission planning and project management. And you saw Critias had none of that. I'm seeing other campaigns that have none of that. I have a couple friends that have Indiegogos right now that are late, and I promise you, I probably won't back them ever again because there were things that they failed to do or they failed to take into account.
Yeah.
And just now they're trying to fix it, and it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that until I see that, hey, they figured out, like, okay, this is my deadline for this, I can do this way, and they start, like, actively pumping their stuff out in a smoother fashion, then I'll start backing them again. But until then, it's like, okay, like, you have my money now, but your next campaign probably not. You're gonna have to earn this next one. Again, project management, mission planning, knowing your just having everything lined up before you start these campaigns is key. Is completely key. Like, if you're not a good business person, I'm a terrible business person, by the way. But if you're not if you're a worse business person than I am, you really have no business starting a campaign whatsoever.
Yeah. Portella in the chat. I mean, so I misunderstood him. He's saying, I suppose, like, the typical artist is also not is probably is definitely a worse business planner than you are, and so getting an artist, hiring yourself as the writer, accountant, project manager, and your only claim to fame for this project is that you were an artist, is probably, that's not going to be enough to actually get a campaign fulfilled. You're going to have more credits to your name, and the crucial one is the one that you're describing tonight. So yeah, I mean, that's really key, I guess. Like you can fill out a page for a crowdfunding. You can pitch an elevator pitch, but you can't get a book made unless you have that project management skill nailed down, or have it planned out, and you've learned from better people than you on how to do that, I guess.
Right, and just to address, like, yeah, if you're solo, you're doing all the drawing and writing yourself, but you also have the advantage of knowing how far you can push yourself. So if you're like, okay, I could do a page a day, and I'm launching a campaign for a 50-page book, I could have that book done in about 90 days, drawn, lettered, blah, 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 colored if you have to color it. You know, you can still set up like timelines for yourself. Because I know, like, if I'm writing
you got a project
comic
manage yourself.
Right. And that's all you have to deal with. You don't have to deal with, and I'm going to bring this up because this was kind of like my next point, like not having a team that's focused, because that's kind of what killed Critias too.
Yeah.
Because he had an artist that was focused on like other stuff but his project.
Yeah.
And I actually have a person who, not person, I have a friend who their campaign should have been fulfilled a long time ago. However, the person that was doing a certain part of their project for him decided to put them on the back burner and work on this other project, even though they've already been paid. So if your team isn't on the same page, you know, that can set you aside.
Yeah.
And so like the team not being focused is extremely killer. Oh, hi. Hey, what's up, Rhys?
Yeah, you can. He's got the link, so if you want to come in, Matt, just let me know. You know.
Yeah, hop in, buddy. So like, not having your team focused on your project itself will lead to delays. There's another project in particular, right, where I'm trying to say this without name dropping anybody, but
we already figured out what the last one was. So
I mean, yeah, but let me put it this way. So they had a campaign, right, and it was about 2 issues. So I know that the first issue was already done. So this campaign should have been a slam dunk. People should have already gotten the first book by now. Like, should have already gotten the book by now. Second book, not really worked on because of other issues, but they were also drawing a side story, and then this other person's book, and then doing this other thing, and this other thing. Not necessarily that that's bad, but hey, look, you launched a campaign for 2 books. You need to have that other book done. Everything else, you know, the side story stuff, like all that extra other people's crap is not important, because you just launched this campaign and your name is on the line.
Yeah.
And
and that's something, again, there's like a lot of people
don't fully understand. Sorry. But this is like something like people don't understand. Like, you put a campaign, you're putting your, not just like your heart, your soul, blah, blah, you're putting your name out on the line. And as a man, you don't really have a whole lot, but your name is probably like the most important thing you have as a man and as a creator. So when people say like, hey, look, Brian Paul's an asshole, but he gets his books out, and if there's any issues, he lets us know. But the guy's an asshole, you know? There's that. You know, and I'm completely fine with that.
Yeah.
Or they're gonna say like, hey, no, Brian Paul's he's a good guy. Or like, I don't trust him. Why don't you trust him? Like, because he puts his books out on time and they're crummy self inserts, and I don't understand them because they're Walking Dead parodies. You know, whatever. But you as a creator, when you're doing these projects, you're launching these things, you have to be focused on like that one thing. I've been asked like, hey, look, you're a good writer, you have a good team, why aren't you guys doing like multiple different projects, multiple different books? Like, look, Rags is important, and if I don't focus on doing that one thing good, what makes you think the other projects are going to be just as good? You know, I want to do like this one thing, make it good, and then if I can do another thing in between that, yeah, sure, I'll do another thing. But I'm not going to do 5 or 6, 8 different projects or crossovers while I have this other thing that I haven't completed yet. And that's another thing that people get wrong. Hold on, check off my list here. So I'm hitting all my points. Not focused, not knowing your budget.
Yep.
Right. So what was I saying? God, fucking fourth beer.
Oh yeah, one thing at a time, man. Like,
yeah, you gotta take things one thing at a time. I get it. Some people like, oh hey, I got hired to color 3 different books. Like, okay, well, who hired you first? That should be like your priority. Like, if you know.
Yeah.
Or like the problem I ran into with like Rags issue 6, and you'll see it if you look really closely. Like the coloring is not consistent, and that makes me upset because the person who was coloring, I don't know what happened. They took too long, and finally we got to a point where like, okay, we said that we would have this by December 10th. It's now December 15th. We need to get this done.
Yeah.
We'll just do it ourselves. So we just did it ourselves, and we left that person out. No, they still got credit for the pages that they did turn in, but you know, they had a deadline. They failed to meet that deadline. I don't know why. And I've always told this person, like, hey, look, if you have any issues, let me know. So I at least know, like, hey, look, I'm stuck on a page because the formatting jerked up. Like, okay, yeah, cool. That's something I can bring back to my. That's something I can bring back to like the patrons. Let them know, like, hey guys, everything's going fine. We're just stuck on one page. Actually, I'm gonna check that. Where's that update?
You gonna do it right now?
Hold on. No, like it's on my list. Like,
oh yeah,
not updating. So you'll have like Kickstarters or Indiegogos where people will go put like an update out December, and then their next update might not be until like May of the following year, and that's unacceptable, right?
Ouch.
My patrons will tell you I update so much that it ends up going in the spam folder, or they just end up muting it.
Yeah,
because I let them know, like, hey guys, here's inks. Oh hey guys, here's colors. Oh hey guys, we messed up this shipment. Oh hey guys, we fixed it like 5 hours ago. Oh hey guys, no, we really messed this up. So we're working on a fix. Nope, everything's fine again. Everything's fine. So hey, if you didn't get your stuff, just let us know. Hop into Discord, let us know. We'll fix it there. You know, like I update
I love that.
to a point where it's annoying. So where if someone says like, hey, I'm missing something, it's like, dude, I put out an update about that like 6 months ago. I don't know what you're talking about. Like we had an update to an update to an update, and we updated our cutoff. So I make sure to give. Yeah, Christopher Books will tell you. Like I update too much to the point where it's annoying, and that might be
But you're giving the creators like you're giving your readers maximum ability to be in control in a way. That transparency allows them. You're reporting to your SO in a way, you know.
Yeah.
Like that's what's really cool. Like the customer is the superior officer, like, and you're keeping them up to speed on exactly what the situational report is as often as you have new info, and they can manage how much they want to check in on that, but you're not closing the spigot on transparency and like pipeline knowledge, I guess. Like they get to decide when they want to hear. Yeah, so which is great.
My patrons know, like, they will never be left in the dark. And if there's months, if I go months without updating or saying anything in Discord, there's a legit problem. I'm probably dead, or I'm probably working on something that's taking forever, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's look at Red Rooster, right? His last update, like, no, let's objectively look at this.
Rooster, huh?
Yeah, we can objectively name drop Red Rooster.
That's safe.
But you objectively look at his campaign, and you see like just like the updates, like the infrequency of those. I would be pissed off too.
Yeah, and the information they're not informative updates. They're I hate to say it, but they're really well-meaning HR updates in a way, or PR updates. They're not they're not like sit rep type stuff that you're doing, where it's like it's not very practical. I can't do anything with these updates.
No, it's
frustrating.
So like
they're trying to keep you calm. They're not trying to keep you informed.
Right. So like you look at his latest update, which was 9 days ago. It's February 26th, right?
Yeah.
Again, I must iterate. I'm not pointing this out to dunk on Mitch. I'm pointing this out that this is more like
nothing personal.
It's nothing personal. It's just like a hole that other creators fall into, right? So his latest update was February 26th. The next update after that, like the earliest one, was December 5th, and then November 26th, and then November 7th, October 23rd, October 7th, October 6th, August 17th, and then July 31st. Like, you see how like the gaps are just wide, and then let's see, July 3rd, March 31st, December 13th, 2018, August 21st, 2018, August 5th, August 4th, August 2nd, and these are just like, oh, hey, we were hitting our goals. Like, okay, that's cool. You're hitting your goals. So you see, like, hey, yeah, these people are hitting their updates when they're hitting their goals, but when it comes time to deliver, it's radio silence. So then me, being the super skeptical person that I am, is like, okay, so where's all this money?
Yep.
Where the hell is all this money going? Like, okay.
Yeah, and it was a 6-figure campaign.
Yeah, a 6-figure campaign for like how long is this book? 48 pages?
Yeah. I think he added a bit towards the back end, but
Okay, all right, 48-page book, right?
Yeah.
Elisa Barr did the better math. I can't math, but a 48-page book, and this got funded back in 2018. It's now February 2020. Where the fuck is the chicken book?
Yeah.
Like honest to God, like if you did 1/5 of a page a day, that should be done by now. And I'm just saying this like as a creator, I know that hey, it takes Luigi about 2 months to do 24 pages. So doubling that, 4 months, 24 pages, Luigi would have already had this done and drawn up.
Yeah. Oh, sure, I bet.
So what's the holdup? And please don't tell me like, oh, well, he was doing business deals. Like, yeah, I do business deals and stuff all the time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hold up my book.
Yeah.
I swear, like, if I had like 6 figures like this, I would be be sending hookers to like patrons and getting them free blowjobs. Like,
okay. I got a question. Okay, this kind of brings me around to something that I wanted to ask a bit earlier, and we're swinging around to it again. Portella in the chat said something a bit earlier about paying, if you fully pay your artist before they begin. That was a courteous mistake. And in a way, I'm wondering, because this Red Rooster thing is like we paid the artist up front for Red Rooster, right? In a way, like he got all his money and then he has to start the book.
Yeah.
And part of this project management you're talking about is probably not, I'm assuming paying them up front would be bad business project management because they need to be paid as they work, not before they work.
So this actually all depends on your artist, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So it's all person to person dependent, right? So Luigi, I would pay half up front in the beginning, and granted, he and I had a very terrible opening relationship, but it's gotten way better now.
Yeah.
And then we work stuff out. But hey, I'll pay you half up front, or I'll pay you as you turn a page in, and as he turns the page in, he gets paid.
Yep.
Now it's like, hey, you can expect, regardless of if you have work or not, I'm just gonna send you this money, and when I have something for you, you're just gonna draw it. Like that's the deal we have now.
But that's like 3 years of working together. Right?
Yeah, that's like 3 years of of working together and building this relationship. But hey, look, if you're a new creator and you've paid your artist half up front, and they haven't delivered stuff, you really should be launching a campaign. And they're telling like, hey, well, I'm working on this other thing. It's like, no. You need to finish my shit and get it to me. And then once you finish that, I'll pay you the other half. So then you can go work on someone else's stuff. As a solo creator, you really don't really have that flexibility because you only have yourself to blame in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But, if you're a writer and it's like, hey, artists, I need you to do a 24-page book. So I'm going to give you $1,200 up front. And then when you turn all those pages in, I'll give you the other $1,200. Cool. When they deliver that those first 24 pages worth of pencils, like, all right, here's your first payment. Give me my inks. And when they give you the inks, like, all right, there's your other payment.
Yeah.
And then you're good to go. If that is not happening, or you don't know what their work ethic is like, you really shouldn't be launching an Indiegogo campaign. I wouldn't have started like the Rags Patreon if I didn't know what Luigi's work ethic is like. The band stays up till 3 a.m. every morning.
Is this his full-time job, or is this like a part-time thing for him?
This is all part-time for us. Like that's the other crazy part for us. Like everybody has like I work 3 jobs full-time. Yeah.
Come on. Where are you at work right now? What do you mean?
I mean, the Rags Patreon I consider like my 3rd job. So this is work. Yeah. So this is work, right?
Sure.
So I have I have my National Guard job, which I plan during my evenings. But I still have to like talk to Luigi, like, okay, I see you turned in like page 16. That looks good, but we need to change this, and we need to get I don't like the way this panel looks. So there's always something I'm doing. Yeah. My National Guard stuff, I really can't talk about that. But there's training that I have to plan.
Yeah, that's the job.
Things I have to turn in, write out as soon as I get home. And then when I'm at my normal 9 to 5, there's that I have to do. And I'm at work at 5 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning till 1, and then from 1 until 8 o'clock at night, I'm still working on these other things. And hey, I have a new fun idea I want to do. That's gonna take time. I have to write all that up and get the assets for that build. So that takes time and effort and blah 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 blah. So doing this comic full time is not like my main thing. It was more of like a side Saturday project that unfortunately blew up into this big giant monster. But I managed to contain it because I knew how to mission plan and I knew what project management was.
Yeah. It almost makes me wonder. Writers, in general, I feel like successful seasoned writers are good at mission planning, probably better than the average artist, like drawer, like penciler or inker, because I think like writing a story almost requires mission planning in itself, if that sort of makes sense. That might be too abstract, but that's something I've been wondering. I think writers seem to they know how to look at a lot of different puzzle pieces that just looks like a mess and make something coherent and cohesive out of it, and plan it step by step to get the end result, which is kind of what you've been describing this whole time. But
right. Can you give me just 1 second?
Yeah. Tonic Mole says, I think folks that have several other jobs are more likely to fulfill a campaign. Yeah. What's the saying? If you want something done, give it to a busy person. I think that's pretty true. Yeah, in a way, like there's like a momentum that comes with like already moving, already working your day job, already enjoying that, sweating, paying bills, and then riding off of that into your avocational fun stuff. I think that really kind of keeps people motivated. I know people like Jason Brubaker. I remember him saying he never got so much work done until he had his kids, and had to wake up, and he only had, it was something like an hour a work day, from like 5 to 6 a.m. or something like this. So he was he was waking up super early, just to I don't know, maybe his kids were up by then, but he was getting up before he had to go to work. Oh, cool. Yeah. Someone already called it. Yeah. I understand. You don't want to have all 6 out.
12.
Some of them still in the fridge. Yeah. That's right. You got 2.
Yep. I can't disappoint my fans. Yeah, I was opening a new case. So as far as like project management and mission planning goes, right? So
yeah,
I know we all see like movies and video games where like the main character, you're on the helicopter and you get your mission brief like right then, right there, and that's just not how things go, right?
Yeah.
Before the mission even happens, you have your intel, you get your intel brief, you you have like photographs, drone, like you know what your area of operation is going to be, you know like where your targets are roughly going to be at. You're going to get like these briefings all before you even roll out. Yeah. And even before that, like from your lowest element, from your squad to platoon to your company to your battalion to your brigade, you're going to know what elements are in play within your area of operations and who you can call for air support, who's going to be on the sheriff's net, what your medevac call sign is. Like you're going to know all these things before you even step into like the battle space. And what I'm seeing as of late is not a lot of creators know what exactly they're stepping into. And then by the end of their projects, 2 to 3 years later, it's like, oh yeah, our stuff's still at the printers. But it's like, shouldn't you had that shit at the printer like 2 years ago instead of like just now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of big, there's big dollar signs on Indiegogo, and I think that starts sounding like all I have to do is raise that, and I've succeeded, which we kind of talked about. But
right, so like
more money, more problems. So
exactly. So you see these guys with like on Indiegogo with and that's actually one of my talking points. You have these guys on Indiegogo with like these really high, crazy goals, like right out the gate. It's like, who the hell are you?
Yeah.
Like I don't know you from fucking Adam, and you have like this $20,000 goal. Like, are you effing serious? Your art looks like shit. I'm not really sold on the story idea because I've seen the story like 8 times before.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna back that. That's not like a dig at anybody in particular, but it's just like if you're gonna go into launching these things, you need to have like realistic goals and realistic expectations. No one's gonna know you from the next creator. Like we still get called like, oh yeah, Rags is like The Walking Dead, but with tits. Like that's actually not what the book is. But okay, if you think that's what that is, I'm not because I like trolling, so I'm just gonna let people think that. But knowing,
well, you kind of, there was a bait and switch, I feel like, but I liked. I'm gonna say that you had the bait there, but you did plan the switch too. Like you do have an issue 1. I've read the first couple issues, and you do have like there's a setup where you're attracting people with that, and then you turn it into a really compelling. It gets deeper than that. It goes deeper.
It goes so deep, and we have like this thing we call the golden Easter egg, right? Mm-hmm. And I hide so much stuff with talking to Luigi, like, oh hey, we need to do this in this page. He has no idea why I'm asking for this stuff, but like, draw this way specifically, change this panel this way specifically. He's like, why are we doing that? When like, dude, just trust me, right? Just shh. And then I'll go to my colorist, like, hey, look, no one really understands this, but do this way and color this item only. So no one knows exactly what it is I'm planning but me.
Oh man.
So like when you actually go back through and finally read this whole journey from beginning to end, you should probably like there's 3 different stories going on. Like there's like the layer 1, which is like the basic surface level story that you're looking at, and then there's the PTSD layer, and then there's this whole another second layer or third layer where like, man, I didn't see that before. Oh, I get that now. Oh, I can't. Anyway, so we had like this golden Easter egg that we hid throughout the entire story.
Yeah.
And only
this
one
is news
person
to me.
has
This is
found
fascinating.
it. Wow. Yeah, only one person has found this golden Easter egg. And I was like, wow. They found it sooner than I expected it.
Even that's your
like,
project management.
The book itself is designed for people to go back and read it over and over and over again. And not just for like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to read this once and I'm going to throw it on my shelf and never read it.
Yeah, and not even just because it's a very detailed, well-drawn story, which makes people read something more than once. But it's the planning involved, I guess, that you put into this.
Yeah,
in the care.
Planning, part of project management.
Yeah. Which if you're a good writer, you're probably you probably have the raw skills for it. They just need to be refined. I mean, you can't just blow in and figure it out. You're showing pretty exceptional talent with it. What are people? So John Matos says, "Ooh, is Rags like From Dusk Till Dawn in reverse?"
No, and I don't want to say because I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, he's new. He hasn't heard of Rags, I'm pretty sure, until this moment. So.
Oh really? You've got to check us out. Like, come for the boobs, but stay for the heart.
That's a pretty good. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else to ask you. What else you got on your list? You got anything else?
Oh man, let's see. I got. All right.
Don't let me derail you.
I got Not Knowing the Art. That was like my third talking point. Pride. Failure as an option. I think we already talked about how I just removed failure as an option. Not working on the book, refunds, team building, script changes mid-creation, having your project 80 to 90% complete before you even launch these things.
Yep.
Stretch goal focus, and no digital proofs. That was my list.
What was the last one?
No digital proof.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll see like some campaigns, right? They'll launch and they won't have a digital tier. If they don't have a digital tier, I'm not backing it.
Wait, okay.
And why is that? Here's my reason why. Because if you have a digital tier, that means at one point I'm going to get something. Whether or not the book is late is irrelevant, because I've had issues with like the printer being backed up, or they're at a con, or they had a skeleton crew, or it's December, or like I messed up and put 2 pages in a row, then we have to go back. So getting your book printed and shipped, those are going to be issues there. But a digital proof, that's easy to do.
Yeah.
That is so extremely easy to do. And matter of fact, I'm going to drop this in the chat. Where fucking it's so fucking easy to do.
And so when you say digital tier, are you thinking do you prefer to see like physical backers getting digital as well?
Yes.
Just so that everyone is guaranteed something.
Just so they're guaranteed something. Because if you don't have like that digital tier, then you can be like Red Rooster and it's like, okay, well, where's my chicken book?
Yep.
And you have really nothing for show. But if you had like a digital tier, it's like, oh, hey, here he goes. Copy, paste, boom. That's like the quick.
Need to do that.
Yeah, smallpdf.com is what it's called. JPEG to PDF. That's the easiest way to create a PDF. And then, hey, get a Dropbox, get a Google Drive, send the link out to your backers. That's a very quick and easy way to say like, hey,
I like it.
Printing may be slow, printing may be backed up, but work got done on this project. It's a milestone. It's a milestone you can show like, hey, look, work is all done, and now it's the printer. Now it's at the printer. And then, I mean, I don't mean to say this and come off as a douchebag like it's coming off in my head, but then if anything happens after that, it's like, hey, look, it's the printer's fault. I did my part.
Yeah.
It's not me. I did my part. It's on the printer now. So
Yeah, because everyone falls. If the backers have nothing, then basically everyone's equally to blame from their perspective, and you need to make sure that that's not falling on you or your team, the people that you're directly in management of. You need to make sure that they're doing their part and they're protected from fallout if there's things outside of your team's control that happen, if and when that happens, I guess.
Yeah, and look, it's very easy to say like, yeah, his campaign was late, but hey, we got the PDF, so we know there was like he had some issues printing, and then there was like some lead time with like getting it shipped from wherever it got shipped from, and blah blah blah. And that's just like another thing, like knowing the lead time from your printer, because I know the lead time for my printer is like about 3 days. If it's just like one book, if it's a large chunk of books, it's going to be about 25 days. So knowing that, again, project management, knowing how your team can function, it's like, oh, hey, I might not be able to promise you like a book a month, but I can promise you you're going to get something within a certain period of time.
Can we get the name of your printer again? I remember you did like a recording like a couple months ago, kind of.
Oh man, I've done a number of recordings. I'll give you 2, right? Okay. There's another printer I'm actually looking at using. And where did they go?
And this is the one where you were like uploading PDFs, or maybe you were even assembling. You were uploading files to a website, and basically.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of
so
incredible.
the first one is Kablam, right?
Yeah, that's what it was.
If you're not sure about Kablam, Peter Samedi from Alterna used Kablam at one point. They're good for very low print counts. I mean, I've used it. I've actually broke them at one point.
You broke them at one point?
Oh yeah, we've broken them at many different points because like every month we have somewhere around 200 to 300 orders. It's like, all right, here's the next batch. Yep, ship this next batch out. It's gotten smaller over the time as people got sick of my bullshit, but it's whatever. Let me see if I can pull.
You get them out on time, Brian. You always get them out on time.
I try to. And there's the other one, Artist Express. So there's 2 printers right there that are in the U.S. They're slightly costly, but hey, it's U.S. based. You're giving money to your people. You're not sending it out to China, where there's coronavirus, where your stuff is going to get delayed.
Yeah, which sounded great until 3 weeks ago. Yeah.
Right. I personally, I'm not a fan of China. I refuse to use any sort of cheap Chinese printer. It just, I won't. It's been recommended that, hey, you should probably use Print Ninja. So here's a reason why I didn't use Print Ninja as a printer. Print Ninja requires a minimum print count.
Yeah.
And that minimum print count goes from 200 to 500. And there's nothing in between to mitigate. Yeah, so if I have like 201 patrons versus 499 patrons, there's people there that aren't getting a book, right?
Yeah. It's great because it's almost like, I mean, once again, like I suppose, do you guys even go to conventions? Is that part of your model? Because it sounds like you're not overprinting, so you don't have a approach where you're like, well, I'll just print a couple hundred extra and just kind of like show up on weekends to cons and try and shill them there.
So again, we're all pretty busy. Like, I have my three jobs. Trent's got his job with a promotion, so he's got like a new position. Luigi's in the Philippines doing his stuff.
Wait, Trent's the colorist, right? Is it? I just want to.
No, he's Trent's like my co-author. Raid.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Liz, she's got 2 jobs plus kids, so we all don't really have all that much free time. And for me, it's like, okay, going to convention, I could probably only get 1 or 2 conventions off a year, if that.
Yeah.
With as much work as I do, and I just my company just landed this like $80 million projects. So I was like, oh my God, my time is about to go way zero. Yeah. But
and knowing you're managing that ahead of time, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. Because it's like, okay, I can only do about so much stuff within this time period. So I'm going to do that and then just focus on this other stuff. So I can't go to conventions like Timothy Lim does or Matt Weldon does. Like I don't have the, like, lining up the time off just never works.
Yeah.
But what I can do is I can print on time and I can send stuff out. Let's see. As far as digital is concerned, I'm curious why Comixology doesn't allow some way to read PDFs for their prepared formats the way Kindle does. All right, so Comixology is a nightmare clusterfuck. I submitted rags to Comixology like 8 times and it got rejected.
Really?
It just didn't meet their formatting specs, and I just could never figure out what exactly their formatting specs was. And then also I learned that they're the root of all piracy. So the minute Rags issue 1 got pirated, I yanked it from there. And I don't really care how people justify pirating. It's like, look, I sell it digitally for $1. If you can't afford that, you have more problems in your life.
Yeah.
Like you really do. Like, don't read my like if you can't afford $1, don't steal my book. Go get a job. Like, go fix your life. Like, and then come back. It's only $1. If you can't afford $1, come on. But
yeah, I guess that's part of just you're giving a minimal entry fee. The difference between $0 and $1 is a huge difference because it means that you're just asking for someone to give you a token. You're asking them to invest in you, like, more than just with $1, but saying, like, I'm going to actively support you in some way. I'm going to be a part of the Rags team on some level by giving it, if I gave it away for free, I'm not asking them to join in on anything.
Which
that's a very different approach to interacting with your audience, to asking them to be involved in anything. They're not going to be involved in anything.
Exactly.
$1 makes them involved.
Yes. So like we really try to push, like we're trying to build like a community around this story, because we talk about a lot about mental health and we address a lot of those issues. So we really want to push, like, this isn't just a book, this is a community. And that's kind of like the whole rebranding with Danco.
Talk about that a bit. I want to hear more. What's your or as much as you want to say, I'm sure you've got a rollout for that. But
I got a lot to say about this. I can get ready. So Nanco, so New Age Ninja Corps, it's always been like a kind of like a joke company that I always had in my head since high school. And finally it's like, okay, well, I have this Rags Patreon. How can I make this benefit not just myself, but other people? So I want to do like other stories, not just Rags in itself. So it's like, well, why don't we just rebrand the Patreon to New Age Ninja Corps? And then if we meet certain goals, we can branch out and do all these other stories. We can fund crossovers, team ups, whatever else, we dream up. But we'll still have like our base budget, and we'll still focus on our base book, but we'll still do like all these other things in between.
And you've already built the foundation for that, which is good. Like you're so solid with Rags now that you can responsibly branch out. By the way, Matt Rhys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for already having your drink.
Oh my goodness sakes! It's been a freaking day. I tell you what.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it sounds like my Friday 2 weeks ago. Showed up to work and my office was like under 2 feet of water.
It was not that bad. I want it to be that bad so I have a good excuse, but it was not that bad.
Fair.
I'm glad you caught some of this from the chat. So.
Yeah, I was listening earlier while I was having supper. That was what I was up to at that point. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so like my dream, future, long-term goal is to get people like the Mythoverse guys and like gather a bunch of like independent creators together, and can be like our imprint where like, hey, all you have to do is just use the imprint and I'll show you like how to print and ship and do stuff yourself. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, hey, there's this publisher here and they said that I can't do a Kickstarter without giving them 10%, you know? Just be self-sufficient, do your own thing, and then hey, if we want to cross over, do whatever, like, hey, there's an opportunity to do that. You know, that's like long term. But right now, I just want to prove and show to people like, hey, I can make a product, whether or not it's a quality product, that's up to the individual, but I can make a product. You can rely on us to deliver. You can rely on us to mitigate any issue that you may have. Like, hey, I have a question. Where's my book? Like, when did you sign up? Oh, I signed up on this date. Oh, either we missed you and we'll send you out a new one, or you missed the cutoff date. And if you give us some time, if nothing else is going on that time, we will definitely shoot something out to you in between. You know, we're really trying to let people know that, like, hey, just because you signed up late doesn't mean you fully missed out. Like, I had an issue last year where we did like our first set of trade paperback shipments, and that ended up being like 3 different shipments of these 200-page thick cardstock covered trade paperbacks. One of those shipments went missing, and I was just paying out of pocket to like get people their stuff. And then it was like, okay, wait, hold on. Let me just ask the printer if they ship the stuff. Right. So we asked the printer, where's the tracking info? It turned out like the printer, like they thought that the 2 lists were the same lists, and they didn't ship stuff out. So yeah, it ended up being this one big giant chaotic thing. But we fixed it. We handled it. Made sure we got everybody their stuff. We had one person was like, hey, I've been here since X date. I haven't gotten anything. And the entire time I was like, hey, look, I see you. I know you're there. You're important. But I need to unscrew this other order of 150 people first before I get to you. So just please be patient with me. And I get it. You know, they ended up getting mad. There was some words exchanged, but it was really us trying to like fix what was like a giant problem for 150 other people before we backfilled this one person on this one little thing. Because that was the difference between $4,000 worth of reordering, and $50.
Yeah,
so
I gotta
like,
say,
what would you prioritize? Like, not to say like not every customer is important, but like when you have a mess up that big, it's like, please be patient with us as we work to like fix this one giant problem. Like, I get it. We don't have a door on the front of the house, but the foundation is jacked up. We have termites. Let me get rid of the termites first, so I can fix the foundation, and then I'll get the door. Like,
so how many books are you guys shipping out on your own?
A month?
Yeah,
it's anywhere between 200 to 300 a month.
Okay.
I actually have a group of like 25 people where I actually I'll order all the books. It'll be sent to me, and then I'll personally sign, package, and ship those right out like within that week. I actually still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have like a couple of I need to ship out because they're international, so there is that.
I gotta say, like, I really respect your these cutoff date things too, because in a way it reminds me of this like your $1 issue approach, where if you had unlimited, if there were never cutoffs, it's the equivalent of giving it away for free, and you're not asking people to join in anymore. You're not asking them to participate and keep up with the momentum of where your project really is. You're just asking them to shoot you an email when they feel like it, and then you jump. You know, and that's not really a participatory format that is going to work for someone at your level with your that many people backing you from month to month.
Right. So like there's like 4 parts to this, right? So the first part is I'm pretty much like a one-man show. Getting all that done.
Yeah.
So if I have to track down 300 plus or 289 or whatever it is right now.
Yeah.
200 plus people every time I ship something out, like that's going to be a pain. Like, hey, did you get all your stuff? Did you get all your stuff? Right?
Yep.
Patreon at the time when I first launched it didn't have a benefits tracker, if we're gonna call it that. And so every month it was like, okay, I have to make sure that this month I do this cover, or that month I do that cover, and so on. I have to like plan ahead for all this because Patreon just didn't have like the tracking that I needed. And then you had people who would sign up, and then right before their credit card got charged, they would bail.
Yeah.
So 1 month it's like, oh hey, look, I'm looking at $2,000, and then when the payout hits, it's like only $20 because everyone showed up, got all the rewards, and then bailed. It's like, well, I'm not going to spend all this money for people who didn't show up. So I had to build like this benefits tracker, and it was very, very sketchy in the beginning. And if anybody changed tiers, it would just mess the whole thing up. And so now I kind of got it to where like, okay, like right before like payout on certain months, it's like, this is the cutoff because I'm just going to gather all the names. Then I'm going to throw it to the printer and say, this batch of people gets this set of books. This batch of people gets this other set of books, and this other batch of people gets this other set of books. And then I have like the next 3 months just lined up. And when the payout hits, like, all right, pay Luigi, pay the printer, then everybody gets their books within the month. So it's just like going through that very large or very huge learning curve and getting all that set up to where it is, well, it looks like a well-loaded machine, but it's still just this giant clusterfuck in the background. But just getting to it to where it's like workable was it's like 3 years in the making.
Well, all right. So, do you have any advice? I mean, everything you've said has been incredible advice, and I hope a lot of people come back to this video and take a lot of notes. Take notes from your notes because it's been really helpful. But one thing I can hear people saying is the Antarctic Press gig that y'all have. I think people are going to be wondering how much of a factor. Is that measurable? Like how much have they been able to get the word out to bring people to your Patreon, to make that much more of a viable approach than it otherwise would be? And I guess like you probably, I mean, you've addressed this in various ways, and you have said like ultimately getting your stuff on the stands is the long term. Like that's what success in the long term looks like. And Antarctic Press obviously is really good about getting people's stuff on the stands. So I suppose, I guess you guys signed on with them pretty early, right? And then and then built in this Patreon momentum.
Well, hold on. So give me like 5 seconds. I got
I know a lot of things
yeah. So give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna come back and answer all this.
Yeah. John Matos says, like any good boy band, you're the front man. Yep.
So,
yeah, I'm really glad we have this time, Matt. Don't you? Yeah, Brian's a cool guy. Like I've listened, like a lot of these people online. I've heard him in streams a number of times. I've heard him on your show, and I've heard him talk about. It's really cool. I don't know. He's come in and out. There's probably been like 5 or 6 streams over the past year where I've heard him on things, and he's always talking about. He's not just talking about the things that you and I probably talk about when we get together. He's not talking about theory and what he likes and what he doesn't like. A lot of times he's getting down to brass tacks. Like this is what this has been my experience even recently, and this is what screwed up. Like, these are mistakes I've made, and these are ways I've solved it, and that makes it really invaluable. So,
yes.
Sorry, we were just talking you up for a few seconds.
Oh, no worries. All right, so Antarctic Press. All right, so there's a couple things I need everybody to understand. Like, my Patreon and Antarctic Press are completely two separate entities.
Yeah.
Right. Antarctic Press is a publisher with 35 plus years in the industry. They have a diamond account, so they get their orders from comic shops all over the US.
Yep.
Sometimes Canada. And then they have their operation and they do their thing. As a contracted creator through Antarctic Press, I'm responsible for my own marketing.
Yeah.
Paying my artist, paying my colorist, all that stuff. So I'm responsible for all that. All Antarctic Press does is just publish, put it out the shops, and then cut me my royalty check at the end of the month, right?
Yeah.
That's it. So that's the thing I need people to understand. Like, yes, getting into store shelves is ultimately the end goal. However, when you're with a publisher, you have deadlines that you need to meet so you can get to those store shelves, which comes back to having your project 80 to 90% complete before you do anything with it. Lesson learned. And as an independent creator, your publisher's not responsible for the marketing or anything that goes along with that. They're not going to spend that money. They're just going to print your stuff, throw it on the shelves, and that's the end of it. That being said, Antarctic has been extremely gracious, patient, and helpful with us in particular. Probably more than they should have been. Like, we honestly owe them like so much. It's like, hey guys, we screwed up. We might be late. Like, yeah, all right, that's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll fix that at the end of the stuff. Like, oh, thank God, because we were extremely worried about messing this up. And like they've been great, but unless we're selling 10 to 15 to 100,000 copies of rags, it's not like they're going to invest money in the marketing stuff. It just doesn't make sense for them.
Yeah.
So as a creator, I'm responsible for marketing my own stuff. So and this falls into this other part of this where I actually got criticized hardcore for this back in 2016, 2017. But there's a legit reason why I did this, and it should hopefully make sense after I tell the story. So Antarctic Press is solely responsible for getting the censored version of rags out. I am solely responsible for handling the uncensored version. So if people want to see this book uncensored, they got to go through me. Antarctic doesn't have anything to do with that. But if you want it uncensored, you go through Antarctic, and I absolutely have nothing to do with that. Our first influx of oh god, this fucking brings back bad memories. Our first influx of Patreons were God, how do I say this polite? Well, they're pretty much flippers, right? They're pretty much comic flippers. They're dicks. But they're like, oh, hey, I got this for Antarctic and it looks like shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm sorry that you got that product. And I know that reflects on me. But understand, that's Antarctic Press. And over here, we're, the Rags Patreon is completely different. We're two separate entities, if you will.
Yeah. The only reason that I bring up Antarctic, and I should have clarified, I'm not trying to say what you guys do is any easier because of having that publishing arm, but just clarifying that you have multiple success strategies, I guess, at play.
Right. So we have we have like a two-prong attack, if you will. So on the Antarctic Press side, it's like, hey, we're on shelves, so we're not limited to just Twitter. We're not limited to just Facebook. We're limited to the people who really don't give a shit about what's going on in the indie comic sphere, what's going on in the comic sphere. They just want to buy good books, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we hit those guys, and it's like, oh, hey, I saw this book. That looks cool. I want to see this uncensored. Let me hop on that Patreon. Like, oh, cool. I can get it uncensored.
And do you get to put, like, is your Patreon link, or I mean, not link, but is your website like on the back of the issues and stuff like this? Like, are you advertising?
I've slipped in pages. I've slipped in pages.
Okay, you gotta slip in. Yeah. All right.
I've slipped so much stuff in. So you're actually, like, as a creator-owned product. So I'm a creator-owned product, right?
Yep.
So I have to provide everything except for, like, the trade dress, the barcode, like, so it's like Antarctica will be like, hey, do you have the cover ready? Like, yeah, here's all the covers. Do you have the inside stuff ready? Like, yeah, here's all the inside stuff. Back cover, inside back cover, I don't necessarily have to worry about all that. But the real meat and stuff, the ISBN, that's Antarctic. The trade dress, that's Antarctic. The logo, that's Antarctic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like that rags. Oh God, gotta take the time and say Brian Denham, the guy who I mostly work with over at Antarctic Press. He did an amazing job redesigning that logo, and it's the
nice logo.
I love that logo. That's a cool ass logo. That's a cool ass logo.
Yeah,
that's so effing cool. Like, that's a cool ass logo. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, I gotta bring it up. So, like, looking at that logo,
do you want to share a screen or something? I can.
Yeah. I want to share a screen, but I want to bring up the logo first before I do that.
We got 10 or 11 people in the chat this whole time. It's nice to know. This is so informative. Everyone's enjoying it the whole time. So dig everyone for showing up and hearing Brian.
Cool. There it is.
Hearing him out.
All right, cool. All right. I have, like, a bunch of screens open. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Matos in the chat says the snobby book blocks call it hybrid publishing, which just means that you have you got to do everything twice.
All right.
Cool.
There you go. All right. So this logo, right?
Yeah.
So to the untrained eye, it's like, oh, cool. It's just the Rags logo, whatever. But if you really start digging down into it, there's, like, some really gnarly shit happening. So of course we have, like, the R that is, like, the unicorn, right? Yeah. And then
there's more than the unicorn. Oh my gosh! What else is there?
So the R is the unicorn, right? And then you have, like, the outside kind of looks like it looks like black, but it's actually dark Marine Corps blue.
Oh, nice.
So the colors go from Marine Corps blue to Marine Corps red to Marine Corps gold.
Yep.
And those are the colors on the Marine Corps Class A dress uniform, like the really sexy one.
Yeah.
like the one we all know, like the Marines wear, where they have, like,
with the saber and the
Yes. So this logo actually is based off of, like, the Marine Corps dress uniform. And that, to me, is like, oh man, this is, like, the most neatest thing, because when you start looking at start noticing, like, little things like the eye here, you have the Marine Corps gold, Marine Corps crimson, and the Marine Corps blue right there in the logo itself. And it's just like, this is the most amazing logo. And I love it. Brian Denham did an, like, amazing job when I was like, he's like, well, your logo's kind of, do you want to use the same logo or do you want to do another one? Like, actually, this is the logo I had in mind, but I was too, my hands are killer hands. They're not, like, designer hands. So, like, this is kind of like the real logo that I envisioned. And and I wanted to get done, and he just knocked it out of the park, and I was like,
yeah,
that's it.
It's telling the story even with color, which is great.
Right?
Yeah.
Dwayne is saying like I'm a coward that won't read the chats, and that's because I'm drunk, you fuckstick.
He's reading it because he'll jump in when someone.
He said Brian is also drunk.
Yeah, he's noticing.
Hold on. Gilad Galavant. Speaking of publishers, how did you end up being published in France? All right, I'm gonna end my screen share.
Yeah.
But so the France thing was also done through Antarctic Press. Again, Brian Denham was like, "Hey, here's a publisher that's very interested in doing your work. Do you want me to facilitate, or do you want to handle that yourself?" I was like, "Hey, you know what? Throw him our way, and we'll contact the guy." And we talked to him, and we just made that deal happen.
Wow! So that's an entirely different publisher.
Yeah, that's a completely different publisher with his own completely different, unique set of problems.
Wow.
So here's the thing with that publisher. I kind of got a little bit of flack for. So that French publisher is publishing everything uncensored, and
yeah.
Some people are like, well, why didn't you do that for America? It's like, look, here's the problem with publishing stuff in America. When you publish stuff in America, it's going to get pirated 100%. I don't want my stuff pirated. So in order to mitigate that, right, I'm going to sell a censored quote unquote copy of this for $1, and then I'm gonna put these really stupid bunnies on it because that's a joke within itself. I'm not gonna explain. But I'm gonna put those stupid bunnies on it.
I've heard it on streams. It's out there. People can.
Yeah, it's out there. It's the most hilarious thing to me. It probably doesn't connect with anybody else, but it's
I love it. I love it so much.
It's freaking hilarious because they're gun buddies. Anyway, that's the joke, and people just miss the joke. So it was like, okay, if this book is ever successful, it's going to get pirated. So how do I mitigate piracy? Let me throw these stupid bunnies on there and get that done. So I did the bunnies, and then when Antarctic was like, hey, we like your stuff, we would like to publish you, it's like, okay, well, I don't want to give you 100% of, like, I don't want to just give you, like, this thing and have you have full control over it, because then I lose the ability to pay for my artists. So you can take this censored version and do whatever you want with that, and I'll just publish this uncensored on my Patreon. If anybody wants it uncensored, they just hop on over here. So with the French and European market, it's a whole different mindset. They're not. I lived in Germany for like 5 years, so it's a different mindset. Nudity is not that big of a deal. Violence is more regulated in Germany and Europe, so it's like they don't really care. They don't really care about nudity, and also the way they purchase books is not the same way as Americans do. So knowing that going in, it's like, okay, well, this just makes sense to just give it to these guys and let them have this. And if they, if they mess up anything,
comics,
I still have retention with it.
Comics aren't necessarily there's not a legacy of a cultural assumption that comics are just for kids or something.
Right.
So, so there's that factor too.
Oh, Naomi Comics, LOL. You guys ever read the chats out loud? I do sometimes.
Sorry. I don't want to
stand by on that.
I don't want to derail Brian.
Brian is also a book. No. When are we selling signed books? So signed books are only available to my $50 tier on Patreon, because those guys are helping me experiment with like some other gnarly stuff. So they get like the really rare one-off shit that I make, and it's like, oh hey, did this work out? No, it didn't work out. Like, okay, well, you can keep that, and I'm gonna go work on something else. And I don't know who Larry is.
all right. I'm gonna shill for like 5 seconds, and then I'm gonna ask you about I got one last question for this big whole thing, this Nanco thing that you got coming. So so I'm trying to do a little bit of what Brian is doing, and I'm doing it I'm doing it dumber but no less responsibly, I think. So I've got it costs about $6.5K to print and fulfill this book. But I put $500 as my fixed goal. So I'm trying to raise the money to print this and make sure that there's no all or nothing factor. So this is my attempt at trying to remove, software update came up. I'm trying to remove failure from the equation. So there's only 2 routes for this campaign. You get a refund if and when you want it, or you get a book. There's no...
Oh, shit. Refunds was one of my talking points.
Oh, yeah. Well...
Keep going. I'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Well, so this is me, like, short of having a Patreon, this is me trying to figure out how can I absolutely guarantee if you back this book, you get the book. It might take the 30 days that, and we've got 20 days left on this thing. I might be able to extend it. I can extend it, but I can also kind of extend it beyond the 60 because we've met Indiegogo's fixed goal. But I've been absolutely clear every time I talk about this thing, what the actual printing goal is. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna hit it. I'm just gonna have to, it's my responsibility to make sure people are clear about what we're doing and that I'm putting this campaign in front of as many people's eyes as possible and finding new readers along the way. So this is me trying to eliminate things from the equation. So go ahead and if you guys are interested in Indiana Jones and Ancient Rome, it's $20 and it's 120 pages. It's only $5 shipping. It comes with a free poster as well. So I think it's one of the best deals on IGG. So
I'd like to go ahead and step in here actually before we get to talking about the refund thing, which I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on. But to talk a little more about Kyrie, it's not just Indiana Jones and Ancient Rome. It's got deep lore. It's got complex characterizations. It's got awesome use of color. It is the full package. It's a great adventure story. It's really like Indiana Jones. I wouldn't say that it pales in comparison, but it's much narrower in comparison. If Indiana Jones were, some sort of mythic thing, then it would be there because this really is, it borders on the mythic. You really should check it out.
Okay, so thanks. I'm not going to lie to people. Every time I see Kyrie, I think, Kyrie blazing on the road that I have traveled.
And you should.
Why does no one
blazing on the darkness of the night?
Well, at least you know how to say it. If you know the Mr. song, you know how to pronounce it. Most people are saying they don't even know basketball, but somehow they keep saying Kyrie because I think they're thinking Kyrie Irving, which is fine too. But I have respect that you know the 80s song, so that's thanks. But so he just I think he's on to his second 6-pack, folks. So backer bought reader bought 6-pack, which is just absolutely incredible. Okay. So I just wanted to make something clear. I'm going to ask a blunt question because I think I want to make sure people don't miss it. Your Nancol goal is it's not just expanding the Rags universe to handling multiple properties. It sounds like you're thinking about being an imprint of sorts where other creators are coming in and bringing they're working under maybe your leadership in some way. To put out their own campaigns and follow your model, I guess.
Well, not necessarily follow my model, but use what works for them. Because what works for me is not going to work for you. It's not going to work for other Matt. It's not what works for me doesn't necessarily work for everybody else. I was just fortunate to have captured lightning in a bottle at the time that I did. Mm-hmm. But the goal is, let's say you're a new creator, you have absolutely no idea what you're doing. Hey, I'm going to link up with those Nanco guys. It's like, okay, we'll teach you how to be self-sufficient, how to set yourself up, and then you learn from us, and you take that, whatever it is, and you go and be successful figuring out what works for you. That's the end goal, right? I don't want people to think like, oh, I can't get this book out to people because I need $6,000 in order to print. Like, no, use this printer and you can just print on demand. Print on demand is just as good as any other fucking Chinese printer. Fight me on that.
Yeah,
and it's American. My Take the Money and Run campaign.
That's so. God, I can't
it
even.
was such a great troll job, but actually look at it and ask. God, fucking seventh beer. So ask the people who signed up for the T-shirt campaign. Before that campaign ended, I was already sending T-shirts out.
Dude, and people love those friggin' shirts.
Yeah, Brian Ball stole my money. Right?
I know, it's wonderful.
It's wonderful. But I was already doing that before that campaign even ended. Because I figured out a method to like, oh, hey, if I have the cash from like my normal paycheck, I can send like a shirt out to somebody. That's quick. That's easy.
Yep.
I can knock that out of the park. Or I can knock that out, whenever. But if I actually do like a Indiegogo for anything, it's going to be exactly like the Take the Money Runner campaign. You sign up for your tier, and I'll fulfill it as it goes. And then when Indiegogo finally decides that, hey, here's your money, I'll just take my money and I'll do whatever the fuck I want with it because the campaign's already been fulfilled.
Yeah, I like that. See, you're making, if you even use crowdfunding, you're making it work for you. You're not working for the crowdfunding platform the way it's been designed. You're trying to break that so that you can control it, which is
exactly
excellent.
Like I don't want like, so let's say like I go on a Kickstarter, right, and I launch like Rag Season 9, and Kickstarter says, well, we don't want Rag Season 9 on there because you show boobies. I can tell Kickstarter to go eat a bag of baby dicks and then just do it myself.
That's terrible, Brian. That's awful.
It's awful, but hey, look.
I respect your freedom to say it, but goddamn.
They're not my
I will die for your right to say that.
Hey, look, I fought for my right to say that. So
fair.
No, but like at the end of the day, bringing this back to all seriousness, like I see people that say like, hey, I don't support Patreon, so I'm not going to back you on Patreon. I'm like, oh, all right, that's fair. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, here's our digital stuff. Well, I want the physical book. Well, hey, look, the physical book's only on Patreon, so your choice is either to digital back us through our store, get us on Patreon, or go support your LCS. And this is why I love being with Antarctic, because money is not our metric of success. It's, hey, go to your LCS, buy the book. That helps your LCS stay in business.
Yeah. By the way, Ginger Dominion said you were good about shipping invisible variants as well.
Oh, yes. Our invisible variants were made of the purest and finest, thinnest of air. There's only 2 I got made. But what's this? John Matson says Comics Wellspring was a great print-on-demand experience for me. Yes. Look, print-on-demand, I don't know why it has such a stigma, but use it. Use it, abuse it, do whatever you can with it. People seem to look down on people like, oh, they just threw that on print-on-demand. Like, yeah, so what? You got your book. A lot of these print-on-demand companies, all you have to do is say, hey, look, please pack this into Gemini. It's for this thing. You might have to pay an extra $10, but screw it. Yeah. Your customers at the end of the day deserve that level of service. So give that to them.
We've used both I can't remember the other name, but we've used Comics Wellspring for our second anthology that we had printed up a few years back. They've always been great to work with, and they make changes before going to print pretty easily for us. I really like them. So
yeah, I've been using Kablam for 4 years now.
Yeah. I think there's just there's a persistent. It's always going to be this way, but coming into crowdfunding, someone else is going to bring you in. There's going to be someone else's success that brings you in and gets you excited. And their success makes you want to figure out how you can replicate it.
Yeah.
And the instinct is going to be, I need to actually follow their steps for my own creative project. And I need to make it look like how they did it, which means I'm not seeing other people do print on demand. I'm seeing, they're on Instagram and they're posting. There's a whole garage full of books now that they're doing a shipping party with their buds. And I got to do it like that, or I'm not feeling like I'm succeeding. Instead of thinking, how can I get books to people who want to read them?
Well, and the thing that bugs me about that is there are dozens of like small print houses like Wellspring, like Kablam across the country. Yeah. Some of them that aren't as big, but they all use the same equipment, So it's that's one thing I've had George Alexopoulos on my Thursday show talking about, he picked up one of those machines for his project, and people keep singing about how wonderful that thing looks.
Hey, let's actually talk about the Mary Sue, because I actually backed that campaign, and I got like I paid $100 in that year.
Nice.
And that was like one of the few campaigns that I backed and actually got it within that same year.
Yep.
Look, I'm gonna dog everybody, because like everybody deserves to be dogged.
No,
like I deserve to be dogged when I messed up, so everyone else deserves the same exact treatment. But I couldn't tell that wasn't printed on like some HP printer. George did amazing with that work.
Oh yeah,
putting that together. Like you got to give the devil his due. Like he did amazing with that work, and I really hope he continues doing that in color. Maybe he does. Maybe he does his own Patreon, whatever. It was dope. But
I even like the gold on it. I had to find out a couple weeks later that he used a marker, and I didn't even care.
That was dope, right?
Yeah, it was cool. It was like, wow, it's almost like he signed it. He did a little personal touch to it with that marker,
Right, and then like on the opposite end of the spectrum, I got a chance to read Antonio Bryce's Brand.
Oh yeah,
that book, honest to God, was dope as fuck.
Oh, I mean the art, yeah, it's
not just the art, like just everything about it. The lettering is perfect, and lettering is something like I see a lot of indie creators fail at, like their lettering, their bubbles. But the lettering in Antonio Bryce's Brand, the lettering was perfect. Story, it jumped around a lot, and so it requires a lot of rereading. But man, it was good. The bees. I have to go back and like PDF, wait. Bees on page. So there's a lot of replayability, but I like books where I don't have to read it just once.
Yeah.
But I understand why exactly that book took long. There's a lot of love. There's a lot of there's a lot of love put in that book. So yeah, I have no problem if he launches Brand like 9 and it takes like a year. I don't care, because there's a lot of love, a lot of talent, a lot of just effort put in that book to make sure it was perfect.
Yeah, I think a lot of that can come back to like if lets people know this is going to be a year and a half, but
right. Sometimes
and now we know
there are certain things that are like outside of your control, like with the printing and whatnot. But man, I'm just saying, Brand was fucking good. Like, very rarely do I talk about a book like this, as Raven will tell you. Like, she'll point out a book to me, like, look, Brian, this look good. Like, no, this looks like garbage. It's fucking garbage.
I saw some art like recently posted where it was like that bad Santa character like floating in a test tube or something, and I was like zooming in on my phone, like what the heck? This is incredible. I think it was that Nashitobi dude did some art or something.
Oh, did he? Nashitobi.
Because they had that weird hatching style that's really, really super fine. It was absolutely gorgeous. It made me excited all over again for it. So
I haven't seen it, but I'll look for it in the morning.
Yeah.
But God, Brand was good. brand was effing good. Okay, nope. Matt C, question for Ball. When you provide a link to your Patreon so they could print rags on demand, didn't that directly circumvent and hurt the LCS or your own publisher?
Good question.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, it didn't. It did not.
Because you got the uncensored and censored avenues, I guess. Is that right?
Right. So here's the thing. Like when we very first started like our Patreon, it was like we didn't really have like an official number one. We didn't really have like another official cover. We were just like, oh hey, here's like our thing. If you want to help us out, like it's whatever. So we had like a version that we did ourselves. And if anybody wanted that, it's like, here you go. You know? And that was it.
And if you want merch, like interesting
well, this was like before we even got to merch.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. But like the main thing was, you know, that issue number 1, it was not like we were releasing like issue 1 censored, issue 2 censored, issue 3 censored to try and compete with Antarctic Press.
Yeah.
We were only releasing stuff. We're like, hey, we have already gone and did this. So if you guys want this because you showed up late, here you go. Right? It wasn't. I am not going to release rags censored in a physical copy form to compete with Antarctic Press because that makes no sense. Because what I really want people to do is I really want people to go to their local comic shop to buy the book because that funds the comic shop. That keeps them in business. That keeps the publisher in business.
Yeah.
And yeah, I get like 5 cents off it. It's not the point. Like,
yeah,
like
it's not.
Like keeping the local comic shop in business is the goal. It's the metric. It's the point for me. Not me making 100, 3, 6, 9 figures. That's not the goal for me, right?
Yeah.
I want the comic shop to stay in business because when I die, look, people aren't going to be like, oh man, fucking rags. Wish I could buy that. Oh, wait, I can't. So I'm going to go to the comic shop to go buy that. You know,
it lives on at the LCS.
Yeah, it lives on. You know, I want people to go to the LCS and buy it. And hey, if you have deep pockets enough to support us on Patreon and deal with my bullshit when I mess up, you know, hey, I'm grateful for that too. You know, it's just like, you know,
I love it. Yeah.
Like everyone, like again, people have different metrics of success. My metric of success was extremely different than everybody else's. All I wanted to do was impress. Who's this? You make sure your pod copies are not the Patreon variants so we don't hurt the collectors. Yeah, that was the other thing. My POD copies, right? Like my print on demand copies, like those were ones like I sold at San Diego Comic-Con. So it's not like you couldn't ever get them. And then I also had like one variant where I told people, please don't put this on eBay because it's a story spoiler. And if you put this on eBay, I'm just going to sell it to everybody. And that started the quote unquote collector war. But I digress.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Like everything you keep describing, like the key, the background key to this is the serious relationship you have with your readers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
None of you can't pull this crap off. You can't do the take the money and run campaign. Just being Joe Blow who's trying to be clever on Indiegogo. Like you have to you have to have such a relationship with people that they're just going to assume they get to be in on the joke. They understand who you are and who the team is. And they can see like, oh, I'm getting something. Like he's always good for it. He's going to be good for it this time around. And we get to laugh about how campaigns work sometimes. Like that takes a high level of relationship already established. So
exactly. And then here's the other thing too. Like I want people to know like, hey, look, because I've done this before. There was a guy who was stationed up at 29 Palms, which is like the middle of nowhere. Yeah. And he's like, hey, I want to buy your book, except I live in the middle of nowhere. My closest LCS is like 4 hours away. How do I get this book? It's like, look, dude, give me your address. I'll just mail this shit to you. Just throw me $20. You know, It might cost me that $20 might not cover the whole printing and shipping, but I want people to know, like, hey, look, we have technology, we have the means to get stuff to people that isn't necessarily locked down to your LCS. We have print on demand. We can abuse that to our advantage, right? We have, you know, I figured out a method of digital fulfillment that isn't just Dropbox or Google Drive. It's like, hey, look, if you want digital fulfillment, here you go. And if ever I need to update that certain file, I'll just update it and you have a new file link to go to.
I'm gonna have to ask you about that off stream.
No, let's talk about that on stream. Because look, this information honestly, seriously, this information benefits everybody. It benefits the creator, it benefits the customer, and it benefits me. Look, all you have to do is go to Shopify, right?
Okay.
Create a Shopify account. It's $30 a month, whatever. I get it. Some people might not have the money for that. Some people might. But get a Shopify account, and then they have this app, right? It's called hold on. Here, I'm going to share my screen one more time.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Yeah, this is really interesting because that Dropbox thing, it can get messy, and sometimes people, you can accidentally you can share it. It becomes like linked in other people's Dropboxes, and sometimes it'll blow up their free limited space that they have, and it gets messy. And maybe they just download it once and then they forget, and now you have an updated version, but the one that they notice is on their desktop.
Right. So, like, all right, I'm sharing my screen. Sorry, Matt.
No worries.
I just deleted you for a second.
All right. So this is the back end of Shopify, right? You'll see, like, I got stuff. I got Resident Evil mods because I'm a pervert. But you'll see, like, this is my Shopify backend, right? I have ads. I have Crowdfire, which is like my digital marketing stuff. But I also have this really nifty thing called digital downloads. You go to digital downloads, right?
Yeah.
And what digital downloads does is you can create all these different products, if you will, quote unquote, products, add a digital download to them. And and this is the attachment. And you can look at, oh, hey, here's the number of sales.
You make a SKU that's like a PDF, and then just kind of link it with the product. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So when they buy it, like, oh, hey, I get the link, and you can set these like 0, so they don't have to, so your customers don't have to pay any money. That's what I do with Patreon. So like you'll see like I have prologue, I have censored, uncensored, which is Patreon only. I have like Patreon stuff. I have like a test print, but you can completely see like, oh, hey, it got downloaded 226 times, but only bought 22 times. So I can ban the other 224 people who were like pirating my shit. You know, like I have total control over my stuff.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, so you can update it when you want, and you maintain better control than if you were just doing the typical here's a Dropbox link approach.
Yep. And you can actually track who gets it, who's downloaded, the IP address, all this other stuff. So again, it's like people are afraid of technology and using it to their advantage. I'm like, hey, look, here's technology. I'm gonna use and abuse it to its fullest degree, and I need a break for like 10 seconds.
No, yeah. We'll probably wrap it up at this point. Matt, did you have any questions?
I think I do, but I don't necessarily have them put together. So I'm gonna have to think about it and then holler at you, Brian.
Yeah. I'm gonna be rewatching this just to make sure I'm taking notes the second time around.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the sort of videos like Brian's good about. These are the sort of chats that Brian's good about, but it's the sort of thing that I look for. That I mean, this is what brought me to live streaming, social media type things to begin with. This is when people really start learning how to do things well, and it's not just for my benefit, but it's that rising tide idea where the customer is going to keep winning even more because there's going to be more and more successful projects that are actually able to fulfill their end of the bargain.
And
we're just talking you up again, Brian.
Yeah, part of the thing I was going to say though is like, I mean, it's weird for me because I've been at making comics, doing web comics and stuff for so long, but like the practical, like actually like getting like a physical product into somebody's hand that isn't sitting across from you at a convention, that's still sort of foreign to me.
And it really shouldn't, And again, that goes back to what I said earlier. Everybody kind of looks down at print-on-demand services as far as by people like Print Ninja and whatnot. And again, Rags, in its infancy, was not written to be printed. It was more written to be more so of a web comic. So I had to work within those limits. And there's no way I was going to go to Print Ninja and pay them $2,000 to $4,000 to print a 15-page book. Like that didn't make any fucking sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what I did, God, how many beers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10? Shit. So it just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So what I did was like, okay, let me find a printer that will print what I need, and there's no pallet, there's no like 5-ton truck dropping off a pallet worth of books.
Yeah.
And then I have to fill up like my living room of books.
And you got to pay the guy like $250 to use the
pallet jack,
Yeah, like, for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Right. Like there's no way in hell I was doing all that. So it's like, you know what? Let me dig, let me research before I do anything else. And I posted my my initial GoFundMe like in the chat.
Yeah.
If you look at that. And that was like my very first attempt at crowdfunding, and it was like I didn't have really much of anything at the time. It was like, I'm just trying to get money to get 500 pages done. Please help me. That never got funded. And that just showed me like, okay, well, no one else believes in this, but I believe in this, and I know this thing needs to get done. So I'm just going to pay out of pocket. Screw everybody else. And that's why I ended up setting up the Patreon.
Yeah.
Refunds. That was next on my list.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to check that off. So refunds. The other problem I see with folks is there was a creator at one point that said that they couldn't give refunds because the money was already divvied out. Well, through my Take the Money and Run campaign, which was more of like a fact-finding tour, if you will, I noticed that Indiegogo actually sets aside a bunch of money. Well, not a bunch, but it sets aside a percentage of your campaign funds specifically for refunds. So if any creator is like, oh, I can't refund you right now, they're full of shit. They're completely full of effing shit.
But
yes,
or they're so in over their head that they don't even realize that they don't have all the money that it says on.
Yeah,
on
well, that's their problem. That's not the customer's problem.
It's their further.
Like this is kind of harsh, but it's not the customer's responsibility for you to set aside enough money for refunds. I've had to refund people on Patreon, and it sucks. It happens, but I do it. And it's something. Sometimes it's like, hey, I signed up on the 29th. Patreon charged me for the 29th and the 1st. What the hell? Like, oh, you know what? Don't worry about it. Here's your money back.
Yeah, that's
your responsibility as a creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
As an Indiegogo, you God, it's like 30%, if my memory serves. I might be off, but either way, it's like,
I think it's. I mean, they take 6, but then there's another cost. It ends up being 10% because there's some sort of there's like credit card fees that bring it up to 10.
Right. So if you ever back some creators campaign to like, well, I can't refund you, they're full of horseshit, right?
Yeah.
Also, if a creator ever says, well, hey, I can't refund you, but we're gonna get you the book, get a refund because they were given the money for a refund. Like it's complete. Point. It's complete absolute horseshit if a creator doesn't give a customer a refund. Like regardless if you're like I'm really like pro customer. Regardless if you believe what I believe or not, if you're on the same side.
Yeah.
It's not about size. It's about people spending their money and getting what they're supposed to get.
Yeah. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like the way you're approaching things, and this is good business practices, but comics is such a mess and always has been and probably always will be that it attracts a lot of people who are bad at business. But the money is just part of your project management that you have to be able to manage well. It's just another factor, another variable that you are responsible to manage, not just put into your personal savings or something.
Right? See, you get it. Like everything comes back to project management at the end of the day. At the end of the day. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm a writer. Do I know how to letter? No. Have I ever lettered before? No. Should I have hired a letterer before I got into launching this project? Yes. There's a project that is going on right now that's in that boat. It's like, look, you had about a year. Yeah, you've had a year, and then you're just now figuring out, like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to letter this. Like, no fucking shit. You should have figured that out from the get-go. You know? Yeah. And I also don't buy this whole, like, well, this is their first campaign nonsense. First campaign, third campaign, fourth campaign. You should have all this shit fucking figured out. And if you're, like, a comic book professional that's been in the industry for more than a year, and I mean that, more than a year. I'm a comic book professional. I've been in the industry 15 years. Then you should fucking know all this shit by now. You should have a printer lined up. You should know about lettering. You should know about inking. You should know about all this shit.
That's the thing. Not to bag on anyone specifically, but the idea that you go into a project and not know who your printer is, that's crazy. How do you even do a budget without knowing?
That is fucking nonsense, and that pisses me off.
Just hearsay. Yeah.
I mean,
well, you figure if you make $30K, you just kind of wave off who you're like, oh, I'll just get to it because I made $30K. Because you're not thinking that's not enough for your 138-page full color book.
Well, hey, let's make this practical, right? Because I messed this up, but I messed this up the right way. You know, like the Rags prologue in the beginning was $200. Oh, not $200. It was $2.12 to print, and then $2.12 to ship. So I based all of my pricing off of that.
Yeah.
Lesson learned. I probably shouldn't have. But once I got that first print done, it was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna base that off of that. A year to 6 months down the road, I was like, oh, you know what? I probably have to up my prices and change stuff. So I did that. You know,
to cover creation costs too. I guess is that what you mean? Like the art side of each
right.
book?
Exactly. But like when you get down to like taxes, blah blah blah, and then that's the other thing a lot of people don't remember, like or not think about. Like, hey, look, I just made 6 figures on this comic Indiegogo thing. I don't know how to do my taxes. Like, look, 90% of your stuff should be expenses. I had to pay so and so for art. That's an expense. I have to pay for printing and shipping. That's an expense. I have to pay for Gemini Millers. That's an expense. I have to pay for advertising. That's an expense. You know, this shit is an expense. Sorry, I'm trying not to get like angry and yell.
Yeah. No,
but this comes back to my number 6 talking point. I can check off my list, which is pride. People have like this pride where like, hey, I'm not going to tell everybody what's going on because I don't want to look like an idiot. Look, my Patreon, you saw Mr. Brooks here earlier. Like, yeah, Brian updates to where it's annoying. Yeah, it's annoying because I want people to know, like, look, I'm stupid as fuck. I want you guys to know when I make a mistake, and I also want you guys to know that when about the time you hear about this mistake, I've already put in some mitigation so that mistake gets fixed. You know, so like let's say like, oh, for instance, I had my my Easter variant that I got commissioned from Timothy Lynn, which was beautiful.
Yeah.
I forgot to add in a back page. That's my fault. So when I got that proof copy in, and then I sent what I thought was a fix for that proof, that ding ended up not getting fixed the way I thought it was going to get fixed. But I was like, hey, look, if anyone got this book and it's messed up, I want you to know, I already know it's messed up. Just let me know, and I will send you a new one. You know, and just show me that you're missing the back cover. I'll send you a new one. Yeah, and that's it. That's all you have to do. And that's the problem with a lot of these crowdfunding campaigns. It's like you have to wait 5, 6, 7, 9 months, a year to figure out like, oh yeah, we kind of went over budget. I had to pay like my car note with the Indiegogo money. That shouldn't be a thing. You know, like people should know exactly what's happening as it happens. Yeah.
And there's hopefully, I guess
pride.
You're doing your part, Brian, and I think more and more people are doing their part to make sure that I guess if we have a good coverage of the facts in the reality, the practicality of what this sort of responsibility entails to actually before you start a crowdfunding campaign, hopefully that minimizes. I don't want to say like you never have an excuse anymore, but if you're in this game and you're watching these shows and you're doing your research and you're watching other campaigns, you're gonna hear this stuff now. 2018 on Indiegogo, at least, you weren't hearing this, and now you are. So hopefully that's gonna, readers, potential backers, anyone who's marginally interested in these campaigns is gonna be better educated on what their rights are as someone who's backing things and is looking for responsible campaigns. And then artists and creators really understand more of what the responsibility entails, which is good. So, but it takes like having these conversations regularly, publicly, so that people can all get on that train together, I guess.
Exactly. Like, I have people like who sometimes they'll just randomly DM me like, hey, can you support my campaign? It's just like this really out of the blue, out of nowhere DM. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking support you. Like, I don't know you from Adam.
Yeah.
But somebody like,
how about like, I'll buy your book if you buy mine. Like, I could.
Well, like, not even that, but like somebody like Cowboy Jack Irons, right?
Yeah.
I backed Jack Irons' campaign, not his very first one, but I backed his second one when he relaunched his issue 1. I backed that one because he was really adamant about like, look, I'm going to get this book out. So I recognized that hustle.
Yeah, his hustle is fantastic. Yeah,
his hustle is fantastic.
This recent one, it's really good.
So like, God, Cody, I love you. I love you so much. But please, your $10,000 goal is way too fucking high. And that's kind of like the other thing that I wanted to talk about. Like, creators go into these things like, yeah, I'm gonna get $11,000. I'm gonna get $10,000. I'm gonna get $12,000. look, just set your shit at 500 and let that go over percentage, right?
Yeah.
Just like, honest to God, I know that, hey, you may not make the money that you want, but
but again, you're cutting out failure.
Right, exactly. You're cutting
because
out
now
failure.
you still have the chance to fulfill everything that you do get. That doesn't just disappear and you have to give 0 to people after 30 days because you didn't make 10K.
Exactly. Exactly. And hey, look, if you're stuck with a publisher, it's like you have to get like 10K or else, you're going to have to pay us X amount of money. Then fucking dip that publisher if they're not putting it on their shelves. Fuck them, right?
Yeah.
Like as a creator, your work, I'm pretty, like, I can tell you, like, I have this asshole dude who follows me everywhere. His name is Mitchell Colby. He's a fucking, I hate him so much. probably shouldn't say that as a creator, but like the guy's annoying, right? And there's a very fine line between being a customer and being an outright fucking cunt. So,
sure, yeah.
I mean, there honestly is a fine line, and I've learned this from a fan turned creator. I've learned like, oh, hey, look, there's a point where you're being a fan and you're supporting your creator and you're giving like critique and feedback, but there's also this other extreme where you're just being an outright total fucking dick. Like, there's like these two extremes, and people need to realize this. Like, anyway, so this dude, what was I saying? But anyway, the point is, like, I really forgot the point.
It's a good problem to have in a way. Like sometimes
it's a good problem.
You have fans that are too interested in your projects, which is pretty nice. But I mean, it's not easy. There are problems. I'm not trying to minimize them, but
yeah. Right. But it's like, okay, if you have a problem with a creator, at least reach out.
Yeah.
Give them time to address it.
Yeah.
Right. And if they can't address it within a certain amount of time, then put your pitchforks out. Right.
That's fair. Yeah.
I totally forgot where I was going with this. Why I shouldn't drink that drink. But
this is why I gotta come back and I should have been taking notes from the start first time around. But
yeah, this is why I had like my notes already like preset.
Yeah.
But yeah, people go for it.
No, you go. You were gonna. I could tell you were gonna. You had a summary, so.
I probably did. I don't remember anymore.
I already derailed it. Oh,
yep. This is why I should never drink on stream.
No, I think it kept you running the whole time, which is good.
It did for a little bit, but once that like 10th beer hits, it's like oh wait, so let's go back to like people not actively working on their book, and this kind of goes back to something I mentioned earlier with I have a buddy, he's got a book out and he went and he got it crowdfunded, but the person he got to work on it is not actively working on his book. They're actually working on the second book, even though they have already got paid up front. Creators got to actually be mindful of that. Like, if you're going to launch this campaign, make sure your stuff is like 80 to 90% done.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is a problem that I put myself in with Rags. I should have had that project 80 to 90% done before I, let Antarctic Press, take the reins of it. Because then I wouldn't have any issues. And to answer Nope's question, I can understand not wanting to talk about campaigns that haven't finished, but are there any completed campaigns you've provided advice for? Honestly, take a look at Timothy Lim and Common America, or anything Timothy Lim does. Timothy Lim does, right? Timothy Lim is like the pinnacle. Oh, I really don't want to like put numbers on this, but you want to put Doug TenNapel, if you're gonna put like top creators like in a numbered system, Doug TenNapel is like number one. Because you look at Earthworm Jim and what he did with Bigfoot Bill, whether or not you like the art style or whether or not you agree with, well, Doug's dick or whatever the case, Doug put out a good quality product to put everybody else to shame. Yeah. He did. Like everything.
I would put Tim Lim.
The boxes. Tim Lim is not quite at Doug TenNapel status. Doug TenNapel has been working in the industry since I was a child.
Yeah, Doug's been doing graphic novels for 20 years. He's been producing mass entertainment for 30. 30
exactly. 30 years. 30
the only reason I put Tim Lim above in terms of like, okay, I'm looking at campaigns and I want to see, well, I'd put Rags first. And then, but that's a whole different, that's not even the same model.
No, like honestly, we're probably like bottom tier when you compare us to like Timothy Lim and Doug TenNapel.
But
I haven't gotten to Timothy Lim status.
Lim has never tripped like in his life. You know what I mean? Like, and I haven't seen a campaign that he's done that had expectations. I have seen Doug TenNapel. We've seen Doug TenNapel make maybe overpromise, or he's figuring it out as he goes, and he delivers what you get isn't maybe what you thought you were going to get, but it is always really incredible. You know what I mean? But Lim gives you exactly, like, he's already figured out before before the light is green. He knows exactly how to get you exactly what you asked for, which makes me put him even above.
And that's where everybody needs to be at before they launch their campaigns.
Yeah.
Like I would like to say that I'm top tier, but I'm not. We're honestly garbage. If you look at like our issue 1, no, honest to God, like we're pretty garbage. Look at our issue 1 and look at how we are now. I didn't know what the hell a trade dress should look like, so I was just randomly throwing stuff together. And if you look at how we progressed from that issue 0 prototype until now, you'll see there's this world of difference of stuff, right? And we're always constantly learning from our mistakes, improving on those, and then moving forward with that, and trying to build a better product. Not a lot of people know this, but I did not know Photoshop in 2016. I have actively taught myself at night before I go to bed Photoshop every day, just to make sure that I'm putting out a decent product to the people that are throwing me $1, $5, $10, $20, whatever amount of money they're giving me. I'm trying to give that person a quality product, and some people may appreciate that, other people's might not. It's whatever. They may feel like, I'm paying for garbage. Other people are like, oh, hey, like I'm paying for high quality shit. I just want people to know, like, look, I'm not just like taking your money and doing whatever. I'm constantly trying to improve stuff, like from the fonts to me lettering to learning how to do like I learned clipping mask like last year. And I had Luigi teach me how to do clipping mask in Photoshop. So some stuff you'll see like in Rags, and it's like, oh, hey, that looks neat. Like, I learned clipping. I learned a new trick, and I'm just abusing it until I do something else.
Yeah.
And, again, it's all about caring about your product and the people that are backing your product, which again goes back to product management, knowing your limitations, which, again, I have a friend, you could probably guess who this is when I say it this way, but they were trying to letter their own book, but they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And just this year they figured out, like, I'm going to have to hire a letterer. You should have already fucking known that prior to launching your campaign.
Yeah.
And again, shit like that. You guys are not focused. You don't understand the art stuff. Like, lettering itself is its own different art.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah.
It is its own different art style. And if you don't understand that going into try to crowdfund a book, you're an idiot. Case in point. I'm going to talk about somebody, and I hope they don't get mad about this. Have you ever read Niobe?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm familiar with it anyway.
I want to.
Yeah. So the very first Niobe, it was drawn pretty well. It was put together pretty well, but the lettering in that book was, it was indie. Like, you can honestly tell it was indie.
Yeah.
I talked to Larry, and he sent me like his newest version, and the newest version is like, oh, leagues better, extremely leagues better. So like when you start, comparing things like that, it's like, okay, so everybody should know how to letter prior to starting a project, and it shouldn't be that crazy. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a difference between like, this is where I started and this is where I am now in terms of lettering. You should have that locked down. But I see that, Larry, he learned that, okay, my lettering isn't as great here, and he improved upon it. And man, this book is gonna be fucking dope as shit because he learned it.
Yeah. It can't be an afterthought. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Like, all this stuff has got to be thought about beforehand. I really hope he isn't mad that I said that, but it's really more. I'm afraid to look at chat. I just really want to know, like, this is not me dunking up, like, trying to hate him. It's just like me appreciating, like, he went from like, okay, your lettering sucks, but now your lettering's like effing amazing. Like,
yeah.
I can tell, like, you took the time and you improved stuff. Like, you put time and effort into your book, and that's what people backing you should expect. God, this is a tough one. I have a personal friend who launched a Kickstarter, and then they ended up they didn't even complete the Kickstarter before they jumped into an Indiegogo. It was like, you should have fulfilled the Kickstarter first before you jumped into this other thing. And it's like, please, I wish everyone would listen to me. I'm not trying to tell you things to screw you over or so that I could be, better than you. I want everybody to be successful. Whether or not we ideologically agree or we're on the same side of the fence or not, everybody should be successful in this indie sphere, because, and we're going to bring this all right back to Red Rooster, if you make 100,000, 6-figure fucking crowdfunding campaign, people are conditioned now. They're like, oh, he's probably not going to fulfill my shit. And that doesn't just affect that one individual. That's going to affect, you. That's going to affect other Matt. That's going to affect Tim. That's going to affect me. That's going to affect Jack Irons. That's going to affect Sporkman. That's going to affect OnePool. That's going to affect Vestige. Like, regardless of how you feel about people or not.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff affects everybody.
And it is poisoning the river upstream. When big campaigns, I mean, small campaigns don't so much, but when the huge ones let people down, it trickles down. It's pretty bad.
It's horrible, right? Like, Patreon should be like a no-brainer for people to come and fund me, but because Patreon did what it's done in the past, is like, I just can't be fucked to even mess with Patreon. Like, and I understand that. Yeah. And it's like, well, this is the kind of like the hole I dug, and I'm just gonna own it. But fuck, like, I just wish people would understand the things you do don't just affect you. It affects you, but everyone around you too. And it might affect people that you don't even know.
Or like.
Yeah. We only have a few thousand people that are backing campaigns in a given year. At most. So yeah,
at most. Like, why should somebody sub to my campaign at $5 when, let's say, they backed Kyrie at $25 and you'd never fucking put out anything, So whether or not we're on the same platform, it's any comments in general that, hey, look, as much as I hate to say it,
don't say it.
People just need to come together and figure this shit out and do better. Not just because, hey, look, if Ethan Van Sciver's late on a book, that affects me. And that hey, I'm never gonna back any comic book because this motherfucker who's a pro in 20 years, if he couldn't figure out what makes me think this drunk black dude who's been in the army 20 plus fucking years can figure it out. You know?
Yeah.
And that's just how I look at it.
And it's not that it's like, I think community is too strong of a word, but it is an ecosystem.
Exactly.
You know, there might be competing communities in this ecosystem, but they're all kind of, if you throw toxic waste in the middle of that ecosystem, it doesn't matter whether who's the predator and who's the prey. I mean, both are gonna they're both gonna be gone in 2020 if the place gets toxic. So the ecosystem has to be kept relatively healthy for the sake of the customer.
Yes. Yes. Like regardless, like, look, you may not like me. I get it. That's cool. I'm a dick. I get it. You know, I can be rough around the edges. I tell people fuck off all the time because I'm like, look, I'm just here to put out a book. Enjoy it or don't. I don't really care. I don't really care about your internet slap fights. I don't really care about who you're friends with or not. I just want to put out my stuff, and if you go off for my friends, I'm going to step up because that's what normal people would do.
And I guess there's a certain level of transparency. You could only talk about rags, but I suppose I guess your approach is, if you've already set up. I mean, this is project management in a weird way, in terms of how you're actually presenting yourself and your team as the leader of your team. Like, there's a certain level of transparency that you're willing to engage with online, where you'll go off script and go off topic if certain problems happen. I guess, like, people are attacking your friends, I suppose. Like, if that's a rule that you've already laid out for yourself, you're willing to go off script and talk about this because X happened, then I suppose that's great, because that's still you managing, you understand, and your fans understand, your readers understand, your potential backers are seeing that you already get, like, this happens when that happens. It's still more reliability in a way. They can still learn to trust you because
I'm gonna stand up if I don't have the testicular fortitude to stand up for my friends. What the fuck makes my backers think that I won't stand up for them, or that I won't be able to stand up and say, like, hey, I fucked up. Let me get you your shit that I messed up on. You know?
Wow.
At the end of the day, that's all it is. You know?
Because I'm over here.
I have like 5 different extreme sorts of like things, right? And not everybody agrees with this. Everybody here knows Pan of War Campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dude to me is funny as hell. Pan is hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Pan's
and
actually
people who hate him will admit
dude.
that off screen. That's
like, I'm willing to say that on screen. Pan's a hilarious dude, and he's chill as hell. I like him. Preston Poulter, I don't like that guy so much, right? But I'm not gonna like make videos and attack that dude like 24/7. That's just not my business model. I'm just here about my book, here about my work. Take it on merit, own it, and hey, look, if I see something funny, look, Rinfamous. Not a lot of people like Rinfamous. I think she's actually funny as hell.
She is.
Take that with you will. Take it whatever the will, right? I'm not here to play politics. I'm not here to play sides. I'm just here to put out a product. Like the product, we can talk about the product. We can build the table around the product. We can laugh about the product. We can make fun when, like, a shadow looks like Regina's taking a dump. That's hilarious, right? We can make fun of ourselves. That should be the thing. You know, we should not be fighting each other over stupid, nonsensical crap. You know, there are days where I know Trent hates when I say this. Like, hey, look, I personally don't like Ethan Van Sciver. I think he's a fucking scumbag. But there are days where, like, he puts out some shit and it's like, oh man, Ethan just said some like Gandhi level shit, and people need to like actually listen to that.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. And
that's
people,
just who I am.
Yeah, yeah. It goes in all directions is the problem.
Exactly. Like the shit today with like Sean Gordon Murphy and Doug Staple. Honestly, personally, I think that's just between Sean and Doug. I don't think anyone else should really jump into that. That's just me personally. But then you see like other people going after Blake Norcott. That's where it crosses the line for me, you know? Like all Blake Norcott is doing is Blake Norcott shit. Why are you bothering Blake Norcott with bullshit?
Yeah. Because they got a list and they're excited now because they cross one person off that list and they're going to see if they can cross some more off.
Right. And honestly, I was tempted to like post like a meme at what was her name? Sugar Cookie?
Yeah. Hey Cookie or something. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, I was tempted to post a meme at her, but then I thought about it, like, you know what? That's not going to do me any favors. That's not going to win me any backers. I'm just going to focus on my book, focus on my work, get that done, and then that's it. It sucks.
Yeah, that would be kind of off-brand for you, I feel like, if I could say, because you do speak your mind, but you do it on your own platform, if that makes sense, and on your own terms. Like you'll do a thread, and it, like maybe once every few months or something, if I'm seeing it.
Like enough. If something really bothers me.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like honestly, I just want everybody to be successful. I want everybody to like get their projects done in a timely manner without any sort of hassle or whatever.
Yeah.
But part of this is like, hey, look, you guys need to understand what the fuck project management is. You need to understand what budgeting is. You need to understand like you're not just going to crowdfund $40, $50, $90,000 like these professionals are doing because they have the name brand recognition. You're not going to be able to do that out the gate. You need to set your expectations kind of low or manageable, and then work from there. Mm-hmm. You can't be like you can't start a project, right? You can't do like Indiegogo, and then once your Indiegogo gets filled, oh, you know what? I didn't really like the way the script worked, so I'm gonna change the script. Oh, by the way, I'm not really a writer, so I'm gonna rewrite this whole entire fucking script on this book 2 years later. Like you don't want to be caught in that situation. You need to have all this stuff figured out before you get there.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
And you really need to dump. Like I also see like this happen a lot. People really need to dump the stretch goals. Like stretch goals are nice. Stretch goals are cool, but they shouldn't be the focus of your work. You know, your work should be paying for the artist, color, slurring, getting all that done, getting it printed and shipping. Then everything else after that is full profit.
Yeah. That's another example of having the number on your campaign, the $sign, you're trying to pump that up to get it bigger versus how can I get the book in backers' hands, meeting or exceeding their expectations in a timely manner and getting them the value that they put in and then some. Like if the book's your approach, then the perks are icing on the cake. But if the $sign is your goal, then the perks are just as much. Selling people $10 stickers is just as valuable as getting a book done. So,
right. So again, please, guys, if you're gonna start like these campaigns, at least have your stuff 80 to 90% complete. Because when you pitch them to a publisher, whether it be Antarctic Press, Image, IDW, Marvel, DC, they're going to want this 80 to 90% done before they even invest anything into it.
And that was normative for crowdfunding until recently.
Yeah, this is a lesson I learned the hard way. My friend Denton Tipton, that I drink at the bar at, he's actually one of the editors for IDW, and one of the first people I brought rags to. And it's like, well, you don't really have shit. And it's like, oh, well, crap. guess back to the drawing board. But look, guys, have your projects done 80 to 90%. And what I mean by 80 to 90%, like if it's just a single 24-page issue, we're gonna keep this simple. Have at least all the artwork done, all the coloring's done, all the lettering's done. So by the time your campaign gets funded, all you have to do is turn your printer proof into your printer so they can print. That should be like mugs, stickers, prints, posters. That's the easy shit. That's honestly like the easiest shit you can do, right?
Yeah.
But getting that book to the printer in a printer proof, you should have that done and set up prior to your launch, or at least research the printer enough to have like, okay, I'm going to do this. Let me do a couple test prints first before I launch this campaign, so I know what the timeline's going to look like. Again, these are like project milestones. Please, if you start a book, don't change your script midway through the fucking project.
Yeah.
Because that's going to set you back another fucking year.
That's the first step of your assembly line.
Exactly. So just to kind of like pull this to rags, right? I get a lot of DMs and a lot of messages. Like, it's insane the amount of this shit that I get. And it's like, hey, we would like to use Regina in our book. Would you mind doing like a zombie sort of crossover thing? It happens more often than I thought it would happen. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's like, look, I can't do these extra projects because where Regina needs to be at in order for these other projects to happen is about 7 to 10 years down the road because of how I have this story set up. And if I were to switch the story up, we're talking like story spoilers. Yeah. So, that being said, I already have all this stuff written. And if I need to change anything, it's like, okay, I have to go back. I don't have to change just like one document. I have to change like 48 other documents to fit this one other thing. This one-off thing. So it makes all sense. So please.
Because continuity is a big deal for y'all. So yeah.
Oh, it's especially important for us because look, it's a zombie apocalypse. It's a zombie plague taking place in California that's isolated away from the rest of the world, and you want to talk like, oh, I want Regina to cross over with my superhero. Like, okay, well, how do we make sense of all this logistically? You know, like, so does this happen during the zombie plague? Does this happen after the zombie plague? Because if it happens after the zombie plague, there's characters you can't use. There's other stuff that you have to do. You have to be mindful of. You're going to write Regina as an angry fucking cunt, and that's not the character at that particular time. You're only taking like a snapshot of her from maybe issue 1 or maybe issue 0, and you don't really have like the full story yet. So maybe let me finish this 7-issue run before we start talking crossover, blah, blah, blah. However, like if I were to take like Sailor Rogowski, right, which is a completely different, probably it's honestly a different character, but like let's take Sailor Rogowski. If you wanted to cross her over with those superheroes, yeah, sure, we can totally do that. And it's not as bad. It's like Superman crossing over with Batman, sure.
Yeah.
But Regina, as she is now, I couldn't do that because hey, look, I have very strict depth right limits that we all haven't got to yet. And look, let's be honest, we haven't even right. We still haven't developed her because honestly, if you look at her from like issue 0 throughout issue 5, it's like she's just this very angry person. But like issue 5 onward, was that issue 5? Yeah, like issue 5 onward. Or maybe it was issue 4. Anyway, so whatever the issue, like the VA stuff happened, I can't remember off the top of my head right now because I'm drunk as fuck. But that part onward, it's supposed to set forth like, look, she's not really an angry person. She's just dealing with a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
and
PTSD
anger is
stuff.
just like this thing. So you want to get the character. I like to actually show like character growth. So if you're trying to base a crossover off of a character that hasn't fully grown yet, that's gonna, one, spoil the story, which I don't think is a good thing, and two, it's not going to do the character any justice.
Yeah,
it's not going to do other stories any justice either. So
yeah,
that's that.
Yeah, again, that's like an ecosystem thing. You want to, if you're gonna do a crossover with Rags, you want to
you need to fully understand the work, honestly.
Yeah, and you got to be, and which would help. You're teaming up in a way where you're actually you should be wanting to help Rags as well as Rags helping you. You're not just trying to co-opt the IP temporarily, to just kind of get some brand recognition.
Exactly.
Yeah, you want to avoid that.
But like I've laid the groundwork for a fuck ton of shit. Whether or not it pays off,
it's out there.
Yeah, it's out there though.
We've had 10 people watching for 3 hours, which is fantastic.
Oh Jesus Christ! I've been ranting drunk for 3 hours. Well, and the good part, I've gotten to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I didn't even hear you drinking,
13,
so that's
14.
A good mic.
I got like 14 of my 14 of 16 of my hit points.
Yeah. We'll wrap it up and
no, let's keep going. Let's talk more shit because this stuff is important. Yeah, it's very important, and I understand. Like, as a long stream, people are like, I don't want to listen to a 3-hour long stream, but Christ, look, you guys got to understand. Like, look, if you're doing like live streams all the time in the middle of crowdfunding, like, oh, I'm gonna do like art challenges, but your book isn't fucking done because you don't know how to do like a thing on it. That's bad. That is definitely bad. You could probably guess what I'm talking about, and I'm trying not to dunk on them because they're a friend of mine. But it's like, look, man, you're doing all this random shit, but your book isn't done. Like, focus on your book. Stop doing these live streams where you're doing like all these weird or fun art stuff. Get your book done, get it out, and then focus on this other shit.
Well, that can be tough because you're trying to sell yourself as a this is a tough thing as an artist. You're like, how do I sell my integrity as an artist? Well, I'm going to show up and do a lot of fun community stuff as an artist. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you can still do like the fun community stuff after your fucking project is done. Yeah. Like honestly,
all right.
I'm not trying to be.
You look at like how Doug Tenaple did it, right? When he's in production mode, all of his shows are entertaining him while he's doing menial art stuff.
Yeah.
And when he's in between stuff, then it's time for the chatting about fun things.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Like I said, Doug Tenaple set a bar that is high and that we all should aspire to. And the Timothy Landing crew, his group is like right under that, and people should be emulating that shit and asking questions and reaching out to those guys like, hey, how did you do this, how did you do that? When Doug Tenaple came out with like Bigfoot Bill and Earthworm Jim, I had patrons in my general chat, and Matt Krotz, you see my Gin chat, right? Yeah, you've been in my Patreon. You've seen like you've been in my Discord. You've seen like how
you let me kind of look under the hood with that for a bit, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah, but like when Doug Tenaple released Bigfoot Bill and all his stuff, it was like, hey, Brian, Rags Crew, why don't you guys do shit like this? Like, look, we don't make Doug Tenaple money. We don't have Doug Tenaple connections. Like, let's keep this expectation. Let's do some expectation management here. Like, we can only do but so much with so much money, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, people are trying to be Doug Tenaples. People are trying to be Jim Lee. people are trying to be like like people are trying to be like Ethan Van Sciver. You're not. You're not. Like, I can only do what Brian Ball can pull. I can only pull off what Brian Ball can pull off. You can only pull off what only Matt Crotts can pull off. And Matt Rhys can only pull out what Matt Rhys can pull off. Timothy Lim can only pull up what Timothy Lim can pull off. And so on and so forth.
Yeah. And even Doug can only pull off what Doug can pull off, which is a lot. But, you know, he can't pull off a video game just because he wants to. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which is what he tried to do.
Well, he can pull that off because he's got the connections.
Yeah.
He's done the work. He set the background, not the background. He set the foundation for that. You know,
what I'm saying,
that's
like
37 in my 37.
Even with like a 200,
what was it, like
150K campaign,
37 to 38 plus years worth of working, making these connections, building these relationships to do these things, and then you have random anons like, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna do all that, and nobody knows what. Oh, sorry, Corona.
In fairness,
like,
though,
Matt,
like
all these like indie guys showing up like, I'm gonna do all that without any sort of clout or like name recognition or anything. It's like, look, I'm not gonna do Doug Denable shit because I'm not Doug Denable, but I promise you, I'm gonna give you Brian bullshit. It may not be as good or as great or as amazing as Doug Denable, but I'm gonna work towards that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But in fairness to your point about the Bigfoot Bill game, the programmer did have a heart attack like suddenly, so that was sort of outside of everyone's control.
Well, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he failed. I'm saying he can only do what he can do, and he ran out of money with the video game aspect. And there's a lot of people. He's paying people. He already paid people to get something done, and now it's out of his hands, and he has to hope it comes together, which is what all of us. I mean, that's real brass tacks. That's super practical. Like, everyone can fail when it's out of your hands and you've already paid them, and it's in someone else's. It's someone else's responsibility to, in their own free time, work on something. I'm not dunking on Doug. I'm just saying.
Well, I think that's
there's been messes. He's learned mistakes, like the international shipping thing. Like we've all learned mistakes. That's why I still put Tim. I put Tim above that because I haven't seen any mistakes. Smaller campaigns, but he's never tripped. But
that's a big part of it, though.
Tim's made some mistakes, but like they're not noticeable. I learned from like those minor mistakes that he made, and I use those to like improve my stuff. And then I tell Tim like all my mistakes, and he learns from that. So again, like this indie creative sphere is, as much as I hate to admit it, it's a very small niche ecosystem that everybody needs to be aware of, whether or not you like each other or not. And we need to learn to share info to make sure that, hey, look, let's say Kyrie, it's getting underfunded or he's late on stuff. Someone needs to help him out with prints. Like, hey, just hit me up. I will hook you up prints, or I will hook you up body pillows, or I'll hook you up with anything I can do to make sure your campaign is a success. Because we may not ideologically agree on something, but I want to make sure that you get your stuff out, because somewhere down the line, like, your backer might back me and be like, I wanted to back you, but I backed Kyrie like 4 years ago, and they never filled their campaign, blah 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 blah. You know, so
we can't have people like that pissing in the pool every 4 or 5 months.
That's the ticket, though.
It's too much.
On the next, like, if you update the stretch goals or if you have anything, the Marcus body pillow is a must.
Yeah, you think so? That's the way to do it. People are slipping into my DMs and they're like, "Yo, you wanna body pillow this?" I'm like, bro, I know exactly the person you should talk to. His name's Brian Ball, and he's got a cadre. He's got a team. He's got a caravan of dudes who are willing to hook you up with that.
And that's one of those things too that like, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't. It's sort of a kind of a weird category because Brian he's got a great a niche with the new ginger crowd,
Yeah.
And there's a specific market for new gingers, right? And I don't have I don't have anything remotely close to that. It's sort of a not that I want to go after the new ginger market, but it's like looking at one of the things that when it comes back on, I'm really interested to talk to Brian is like you guys got a lot of traction, and it seemed like pretty early on. Other than, and I was joking with Matt about this earlier, but other than the new ginger market, was there another thing, or was it just basic beating the bushes hard work to get that interest toward your book?
I was basically beating that interest. So one of the things that worked in our favor, and I'm going to credit Comic Tom for this. Not that I necessarily like the flipper market one way or another. That my opinion on that is irrelevant at this point. But if you look at our book and the way Luigi draws characters and the way he does stuff, it's very different from any Marvel book, any DC book. Like we have a very unique look. Like if Luigi draws something, like, oh yeah, that came from the Rags crew.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Look at Atomic Mole and his book, Saving the World, right?
Oh yeah.
I was actually going to pass on that because honestly, art didn't look that well to me. And then I started talking to Atomic Mole, and then he started telling me stuff, and I got really hyped. I was like, oh my god, this is actually amazing. And then I stopped production on my own book, paid Luigi the money to like, hey, you need to draw this like ASAP. Just stop whatever you're doing. Just draw this ASAP.
I saw you got on that hype train. That was pretty cool. I noticed a few days into that campaign. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
and I think that brought a lot of people in.
I hope it brought more people in, and I'm not saying this because like, oh, I'm egotistical and I think my word means anything, but I think everyone's actually going to love Saving the World. Personally, our style's not normally my thing, but I believe in Tonic Mole right now, and I think he's actually got like this diamond in the rough, and I'm like, oh my god, I really can't wait to like, I want this to be a success. So I donated. You'll see me doing this like with random campaigns. I've done this to Timothy Lim too. Like, I wasn't really sold on the whole Comic America shtick, and then he showed me the preview for it, and I read it. I was like, oh fuck, this is actually pretty good. So I stopped Luigi from working on my own book again to draw up this image for Common America. I was like, hey, dude, like, yeah, we gotta draw this. Give it the tip, like, and it's his. I do that because
because you're a sucker.
I am a sucker, but like, look, if I see a project that looks really, really good and I believe in it, I'm gonna do that. If
That's
a
amazing.
creator whose project, like, hey, the art isn't necessarily my thing, but they're passionate about it and they pitch, like their pitch is perfect, I'm gonna make sure like, hey, I'm supporting it in some sort of way. I might not be able to like back you financially, but I can pause my own work, and I hope people understand that what that takes away from us. But I can pause my own work, get Luigi to draw for you, pay that out of pocket. You can take that image, do whatever the hell you want with it, and be successful. And that's like my contribution.
That's amazing. I didn't realize that's what was going on. I thought Tonic Mole was buying y'all out.
No, honestly, he wasn't.
That's amazing.
I'm actually willing to like, oh god, my DMs with Tonic Mole is basically me slopping his knob.
Well, it's like, amazing. Like when that guy came on, I don't know where it was, maybe Doug Garrett's show or somewhere. When I first like saw him like talking, and people kind of roll their eyes at the the viability of selling a comic by just being an interesting person. Like people are acting like that's a bad thing, but that's always been a thing. That's always been a thing because that's how comic conventions work.
Yeah,
that's how
right.
marketing works in general. And I've just been blown away by this guy. Like every time he's on a stream, I gotta listen to the whole thing. He's a really interesting dude.
So my first interaction with him was like, we started talking about like gingers, and if anyone doesn't know, like gingervitis is my
gingivitis. Wow,
gingivitis. It's my disease. I can't. Oh god, you put a ginger in front of me, and I will say yes. And then you shot me. I was like, okay, all right, I'll retweet your thing, and then you showed me like what he got done from Sashi, and then I looked at the character, and then I started like asking him some certain questions.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, maybe the interior art wasn't my thing, like not what I would normally buy into. But just like his passion for his project and everything else with it, and then he showed me like, I really can't spoil this, but he showed me like one thing, and I was like, oh my god, that is genius. That is genius. And then like, he got my money. Like he got my money, and halfway through, I was actually about to go to bed, and I was like, "Wait, I gotta get Luigi to draw this." And so, like, I asked him, like, "Hey, can you give me like some references for your character real quick?" He's like, "Why?" I'm like, look, just shut up and give me references. So I got the references, and then you saw that image of like his character and then Sailor Rogowski like together, and that's what ended up being it.
Like the selfie drawing.
Well. Yeah, well, it's not really a selfie. It's just them posing.
Yeah.
The selfie one is like Sailor Rogowski, Common America, and Versatile for Punchline. That's a completely different thing.
That's its own,
and a completely different reason because I love those guys. But like, that's how.
Maybe it's the same reason.
It's not. It's actually not the same reason. It's honestly not the same reason because So I actually want to say, like, if I'm ever going to like use or ask somebody like to use a character in a thing, it's got to be different. And it's got to be very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I'm just not gonna back any old campaign. I'm not gonna grab any old character. I'm not just gonna do any old crossover. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So, spoiler: the Patreon specific only bonus story Sailor Rogowski. I actually got permission from Sonic Mole to bring his character in, and I'm very excited about this. Like it's like I'm hyper excited about this. And he was like one of like the secret creators that I was reaching out to ask for to grab to borrow their character to do a thing, and
that's awesome.
Yeah, and it's not very many people I will do this for, like Timothy Lamb, Matt Weldon, Bill Williams, of course. Yeah, that's like a no-brainer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anybody outside of that, it's like, okay, have you crowdfunded a campaign? Have you delivered? Have you done like there's all this other criteria that's got to be met.
Your fans? Do you? Yeah. How do you?
Right, like there's all this high-level scrutiny that I do to it, but man, Tonic Mole, like he just sold me on Kira so much. I'm like, oh my god, we gotta do this. We really gotta do this. Like, this is gonna be so great.
Yeah, I think I saw the hype in general really blow up after. I guess it was it's like coronavirus levels of it went pretty viral in a way. Like I feel like I saw the campaign out there and I checked it out, but then like I felt like the ecosystem became aware. Like it really started to spread when you jumped in, when it got the Rags endorsement, which is cool. And again, this is one other like small thing. This is a quick one, but people don't know what to do with gatekeeping as a concept, and sometimes that term gets thrown around, and sometimes it's thrown around on things like what you just described. Sometimes people call that gatekeeping, and I think they're trying to figure out a term for someone they trust endorsing something else they're not sure they can trust, if that sort of makes sense. And again, I think that's perfectly natural and human. That's how all of us act in our daily environment. You know, we got a friend and we're not sure about this stranger, but our friend says, hey, this guy's cool. You can be his friend too. You could call that gatekeeping if you want, or you could say
tribalism. Tribalism is actually what it's called.
Okay, yeah, so sure.
This actually rolls back into something I was going to talk about, which is why other indie creators need to be able to fulfill their fucking projects, whether they make $500, $10,000, or $100,000, right?
Yeah.
Mitchell Coleman, who I hate with every fiber of my fucking being, and I will go to Utah and find you, motherfucker.
Is he in the chat too? I don't
know. No, but I know he stalks. But that's not the point. But like, okay, so Mitchell Coleman's one of those dudes like where every time I do something or every time Rags is pulled up, he's there to comment how about shitty we are. Like, okay, I get it. You don't like the book, but if you made your point, now just shut the fuck up. You know, like,
yeah,
like you can hate something, but there comes a point where you're just hating something to hate something, regardless if it's a movie or whatever, right?
Oh yeah.
But this dude, he's always on like, well, your book is crummy. Like, okay, cool. What else you got? Well, your book is crummy. Like, hey, you have nothing else to add to this conversation. You're not giving me anything to improve upon. So fuck off. You're just hating the hating. But anyway,
yeah, but gatekeeping or tribalism.
Yeah, gatekeeping and tribalism, like that's the thing.
Yeah.
I personally, I don't care. God, this is gonna come off a bit hypocritical, but just bear with me because there's a lot more nuance to this statement than what I'm actually saying, and blah blah blah, Twitter, yada yada yada. So there are comics gate creators who I wholeheartedly will back no matter what. There are anti-CG creators who I will wholeheartedly back no matter what.
Yeah,
and it all comes down to a certain number of things. Do they take care of their backers?
Yep.
Do they fulfill their shit? You know, and are they honest? Indie Gabe with Oddity. Indie Dave has got a really great thing, I believe. Right? Do I agree with like him getting an EBS cover? No. Should that matter? Also, no. He's doing what he believes he is the right thing for his product. So I'm going to support that, right?
Yeah.
And we sell us today with like Sean Gordon Murphy and Dr. Naples. Like whatever your belief system is, if I'm friends with somebody, if other people don't like that person, like look, I'm friends with this person and I'm not going to dump my friendship because you don't like that person. He drew a cool thing for me. That's it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. End of story. If you don't like it, don't buy it.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I'm just saying, like, look, if you don't like Ethan Van Sciver, don't buy his shit. If you don't like me, don't buy my shit. If you don't like just don't buy their shit. There's no reason to harass or attack or anybody. Let people make their living, regardless of how you feel about them. You know, that's a completely different discussion for a completely different day.
Because they're not going away. That's the thing. Like people keep thinking there's a war they're fighting, and you understand. You've been to war. You understand this is not war because you can't kill these people. Like you know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's why these things keep escalating to the point where someone does something illegal, or they just nuke their Twitter account because they're frustrated that the war isn't real. And they keep thinking it is. So they keep perpetually trying to have arguments every day on Twitter when they should be. The real war, which you just pointed out, and I 100% agree, the real war is between responsibility and irresponsibility. And whatever team you want to pick, it's about are you committed to fulfilling, being honest, and managing that project first and foremost, and spending every single day making sure that you are managing that project. And there are people doing that on every side, and they're contributing, they're helping the ecosystem for their tribe, maybe for every, but the ecosystem overall can be healthy because they're managing the project. And then there are people on every side who are not very good with that, and the ecosystem is kind of suffering because of that.
Exactly. So. And I always comment on like pro creators not fulfilling on their projects, and it comes down to like, hey, why are you commenting? Why do you care about this professional creator not fulfilling their Indiegogo? Look, this shit doesn't just affect them; it affects me. Because look, if people get in their heads, well, I can't trust an independent creator to fulfill their book. Why am I going to back? I'm gonna say, why am I gonna back Sportman? Why am I gonna back Kyrie? Why am I gonna back Common America? Why am I gonna back Winger shit? What's Winger shit?
Superhero?
I forget. There's like two, right?
Superhero. Like, why should I back Superhero? Why am I gonna back Cyberfrog? Why am I gonna back Brand? Like, look, you may hate the creator, whatever. Like, I'm not really interested in that. Maybe this is just me being old and I'm probably about to die in the next 5 years, but the epiphany. Oh, no, my lungs are like confined. It's a whole different story for a different day. But here's the thing. Like, look, if you don't like a creator, just don't back them. Like, you don't have to like harass them for anything.
Yeah.
But if that creator doesn't deliver on their product, yes, that is a problem, and yes, that affects not just that one personal creator. That affects everybody. And as I've learned, everyone's trying to fight for that same piece of pie, and no one's going to get any pie if it's like, well, you can't trust any creators because they're just going to take your money, buy a cocaine yacht, and then sail in the middle of fucking international waters, buy a buttload of cocaine from El Chapo, and then get fucking lit, and then that's the end of the fucking story. I'm never going to see my effing money, right?
That's oddly specific there, Brian.
Shut up.
I think you've been workshopping this for a while. I think I saw you had some tweet thread up.
Yeah. But so people don't know about like me. I've dealt with the SJWs trying to cancel my shit. I've dealt with the anti-SJWs trying to cancel my shit.
Yeah.
And the thing that's kept me going is like, I have no shame, and there's nothing going to stand in my way, and there's nothing going to fucking stop me. Like I said at the very beginning of the stream, I don't care. This book is going to come out. It's going to get in people's hands, no matter how many people I have to kill to make it happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this book out because my metric of success is different from the people that are just trying to make money. Now, the next iteration of this, the Namco stuff, New Age Ninja Corps, it's all about money at that point.
Sure.
But right now, the Rags issue 1 through 7, it was never about making money. It was never about getting 10 figures, 8 figures, 9 figures, whatever. It was all about, 1, proving a point, and 2, showing people that you have a dumb fucking story plot, but good art, good story, and you add a little bit of depth to it, and anything could be what it is. Like, and that was the end of the game. And let me go address like I'm probably gonna say shit that's probably gonna get people to hate me. Like, no, because like Trent and I had to sat down with like Pando Land, Matt Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
Pan's a funny dude. Like we don't hate him. We actually have a lot in common, and this is the shitty thing about Twitter or social media in general. You have a lot of people who believe in the same stuff. You just disagree in how to get there.
Yeah.
And that's really like the sad part. Like I don't necessarily agree with War Campaign and how they do stuff, but Have you ever watched like their stream when Stan Lee died?
Oh no.
Yeah, watch their Stan Lee stream, and that was a stream where like, oh man, they really, that was them like being open and whatnot. Again, this is just me being Sergeant Ball, mission planning, learning about stuff, not taking everything seriously. It's like, man, like you have people that LARP and do shit and they go hard, and then you actually find like the real person underneath all that shit. And it's like, oh, okay, like I get it. I get it. Do I agree with it? No. But I get it. And agreeing with something and understanding something are completely different things. You know. But again,
I've seen the human being behind the El Frago persona.
Yeah, and like even what's his name? Sketch Therapy. I don't like him. I've seen the human side of him though, and I empathize with it. And that's honestly where I want to be. I don't necessarily have to agree with everything a person does. Yeah. But I can empathize with it.
Yeah.
And that's
because at the end of the
day,
because you're not engaging online as if there's a war going on.
Exactly.
And so that means you're not treating people as potential
targets,
enemy combatants or something.
Exactly. Like no one's a
target.
No one's a target. No lives are at stake. I'm just making a zombie titty book.
Yeah.
And if you like it, come join us. We got some more funny shit to do. We got I got some lewds that are back ordered that I need to pay for to get to everybody. Like I got a lot of stuff in queue. Just please be patient. I will get to it. But I'm really not here to kill anybody's business. I'm not here to stop anybody from making money. I'm not here to stop anybody from doing their projects. At the end of the day, no one here signs my paycheck.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Because you also, just one other final thing, like one of the ways you were able to do this the whole time is because you built this platform for yourself. Like, well, you and the Rags team built this by themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're not dependent, which is great. So you can be honest the whole time. You can talk about complex issues and your complex relationship with all these different people in this ecosystem, honestly, because you're not worried about who you're going to upset. Because you started at the ground level, you started with your team rather than being dependent on someone else, being a kingmaker. I don't know. That's a whole other thing. But
that's a whole different other thing. So look, like him or not, I really, it's not like I hate to admit this. The war campaign dudes, they're really passionate about their shit. Like it or not, they're passionate about their stuff. So either embrace it or stay away from it. I chose to stay away from it. I blockchained them and one other person. But I'm always about like, hey, look, if I blocked you and you really think that was unfair, message somebody that knows me. I will unblock you. We can talk. It's not the end of the world. Twitter is not real life.
Yeah.
Blocking is not the end of the world, end of the day. For me, blocking is just I have too much distractions going on while I'm at work.
Yep.
I need to focus. It's nothing personal. And that's the thing too. Like people think like, oh, you blocked me on Twitter, that's personal. Like it really isn't. This is just like some stupid app where we just yell at each other from across the street. That's all that really is.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
So
you enjoying this, Rhys?
Yeah. No, I don't have I'm just soaking it in. It's really great stuff.
Yeah. And then,
except I do disagree with you about the war campaign, but not worth fighting about.
Yeah, it really isn't. It really isn't what we're fighting about at all. It's like they do their shit. Honestly, I do my shit.
I think they have passion and no belief, and that's a scary thing. But
yeah, I mean that's a completely different discussion for a different day. But I think they have passion. I think they have
discussion though. But
I think they have like they have a lot. They definitely have a lot of passion. They definitely have intentions. Whether or not I agree with those intentions and the way they go about them is a separate issue.
Yeah, very different.
But they have them, right?
Yeah, and they're not. And honestly, they're not going away.
They're never going to go away. They used to do this thing where they used to pitch. Used to like take my picture and post them with post them with dildos, and that was a meme. Those are actually hilarious to me, and I didn't care. The only problem I actually have was when they took people who had absolutely nothing to do with comic books and added them to those memes. That's where I had the issue.
Sure.
Because look, here's a person that's just a fan. Why are you bringing them into shit? Like, come on, guys. Post me with dicks all day. I don't care. Like, that's funny to me.
See, that's the thing, though. It's because you don't care. It loses its power for them. So they have to find somebody who they do care about, like someone's grandma.
Dude, no. Honestly, I've been like, I told Pan, like, look, you guys want more stupid pictures of me? I have a shit ton from when I was a 19-year-old buck private. Take those, meme them. I will help you. I've learned Photoshop to a degree. Like, we can make these like extremely gay. They're hilarious to me, right? They honestly are. But just don't bring in anybody who has absolutely nothing to do with this. That's where you cross the line. That's where you go too far.
Yeah.
Like, I'm personally not a fan of Ethan Van Sciver, but during Antonio Bryce's Critias stream, EVS says some really important shit that I really hope people took notes on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's only one group who's taking the notes, and I wish it was everyone.
Yeah. So
I heard the Doug TeNapel video that he put out today. I listened to it, and I thought he had a lot of helpful insights. I'm just going to say it. That'll get me in trouble, but I'm saying it.
He honestly did. He honestly did. Whether or not you like the man or not. I'm not paid to like anybody, so that's the easy thing for me. I mean, I met Doug. I met Doug at San Diego Comic-Con, and we are both Liz Finnegan fans. So we bonded over that, and I love Doug
to
the utmost degree.
Yeah.
However, that being said, Ethan did say some like shit that like, oh man, we should probably take some notes on and be mindful of. Just because you hate someone doesn't necessarily mean that they don't actually at some point in their lifetimes don't say some shit that actually means shit.
A broke clock is still right twice a day.
Exactly, right?
I
do got to say, you got to give some credit when they're right about something, but
yes,
there's certain players that even if they're right, even
if they're right, I don't want to fuck that dude. But
it's not like I don't want to admit that they're right. It's I just don't believe them about it.
Yeah, fair. But again, this is probably just me spending as much time in the military as I have. I've had leaders who were like fucking completely gross, disgusting shitbags. Case in point, when I was in Germany, I went through like, God, how many? It was Sergeant Major 1, Sergeant Major 2. I went through like 3 Sergeant Majors within a 72-hour weekend.
Wow.
Yeah. 3 Sergeant Majors in 3 days.
What? Is that like a stag party or something? Like what?
Yeah. And look, they
were
all
you transferred? Is that what you mean? Or
so what happened was we had our battalion sergeant major, right? Yeah. He did a change of responsibility to the second sergeant major, who said like, "Hey, we're about to deploy. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z. We're gonna do blah blah blah." And then that sergeant major, very very quickly, due to an incident that happened the final night before we deployed. God, it's like hilarious. Got replaced by somebody else. And then we ended up deploying with that sergeant major. So, it's like, hey, look, sometimes I don't want to say bad people, but sometimes people you don't necessarily fully agree with say some deep, meaningful stuff that you should take to heart. And you take that stuff, and whether or not you agree with it, you learn from it, you process it, and you use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I love that. That's a good military insight there that I think it's helpful. Super helpful. I mean, and it's honestly mature. It's the sensible way to go about. It's going to keep you healthy on the internet too. Right. Because otherwise, you're just going to go nuts. You're going to burn out.
Oh, you're going to go batshit. Like, honestly, like, since I found out I'm probably going to die in like 4 years, like perception of stuff is just like, oh God, this makes so much more sense. And so like, I've just fallen back on my, like what I've learned being in. It's like, okay, all right. People I like may say stuff that makes sense. I'm going to take that. I'm going to put in my toolbox. People I don't like are going to say stuff that makes sense. I'm going to take that and put in my toolbox. People need to really get out of this whole tribalism thing. Like, whoa, if you don't 100% agree with me on this one thing, you're a piece of shit. Like, no, like, look, we are not going to agree 100% on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can just agree that on a couple of fundamental things, we can work together. Like, that's the end of the story. We don't have to bully anybody. We don't have to.
That's the real anti-cancel culture there, what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And the idea
exactly. Like, that's where I stand. Like,
the idea that, if you're free to talk and you're free to disagree. And like I was on Doug Garrett's stream earlier today, and I'm just for a little while, and we were talking about this whole thing, and I can't remember who it was. Somebody was saying they just don't want fighting. And I said, I absolutely want fighting. I want hollering, screaming, yelling about important things, and clapping each other on the back and having a beer afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah, that's me.
Because if no one's fighting, everyone's afraid to disagree. I guess.
Right. Exactly.
And that's part of my culture, right? I grow up Welsh Irish, right? We're loud, we fight all the time, and we're always hugging, afterwards. So, you have a cold one, you let it go, and you realize that everyone makes mistakes, and that's just part of it. So I crave the the conflagrations, the shouting matches. I like it.
I think you do it right.
Be real about it,
Yeah, that's something I've always respected about you, Rhys, is that you do you really are interested in figuring out the most reasonable path forward, and you're willing, when people make good points, you point that out, and that's an exception, not a rule on the internet. So it speaks to your integrity.
Oh, I try.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I'm not like a huge fan of War Campaign, and yes, I have 90% of them on a block bot right now. But the few
I don't
that
even have block bots. That's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it became a distraction for me focusing on what was important. That's why I ended up doing it. But hey, look, the one or two that are like, hey, look, unblock me. Like, all right, cool. What do we want to talk about? Memes. All right, cool. I got memes, man. I got memes for days. They've been cool, right? That's all I want. I don't really care about. Let's go fuck the SJWs. Like, that's. I'm not really concerned about that. I'm not really concerned about dunking on anybody. I just want to put my book out. I want people to enjoy it. I don't want people to be afraid of it. Because end of the day, right? You want people from all walks of life to enjoy your shit.
Mm-hmm.
All walks of life, whether they agree with you or not. You just want people to enjoy your shit. I know that there are going to be people that don't fully understand what I'm putting out. I'm fully aware of that. There are people that are going to look at my stuff and they're like, "Oh, that's porn." Yeah, I get it. I understand how they could get that from just a first glance. That's okay. But at the end of the day, I just want people to enjoy my book. If they pick up my book and they enjoy it for what it is, that's all I want. That's a victory right there. We want to Like comic books and everything, it's always been a table, not a sword. That's what my focus has been from day one. That's why I never sign on to hashtag internet groups. I just want to be a table. Look, do I necessarily agree with Marvel and DC are doing to some of my favorite characters? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Harassing them, tweeting at them all day, is that going to change anything? No.
Yeah.
But you know what I can do? I can make a character that speaks to me, does all the stuff that I would do, and I can go from there. You know, if other people latch onto that and agree with it, and you know they can empathize with that, hey, that's a victory. I'm not here to fucking dunk on anybody. Look, if you make shit and you don't agree with me, that's cool. If you make shit and you do agree with me, that's also cool. Just look, comic books, fandom, nerd culture in itself was always inclusive, and it was always about helping people understand it more. And we've gotten to a point where it's just this battleground where people are just fucking fighting. It's bullshit. That's not what I ever wanted to be. I just wanted like, hey, look, do you like rags? Yes, cool. Hop in our Discord. We'll talk about it. We'll make fun of Brian as he fucks shit up, and that's the end of it. If you don't, hey, look, thanks for at least trying us out. Thanks for giving us a chance. You don't like us. I understand why you don't like us, and move on with that. You don't. There's no need to fucking. Every time I tweet something new, it's like, oh, well, you know, your guys' shit sucks. Like, okay, yeah, I get it, but you know, we're trying to do this other thing over here for the people that actually do get it. Well, no, your shit sucks. You should stop. Like, no, I'm not gonna stop, motherfucker.
Well, if that's not,
fucking Chuck made a new fucking mugshot. Hey, Yepes. Oh, sorry.
Though, if that's not being customer service focused, I really don't know what is. So, that's what everyone's been upset about since 2015. So, you guys have been doing it from the start, and
we've been trying. We failed. Like we have not, like, I would say we're probably like about 75% customer ish. No, like honest, like look, we strive for, like, we're gonna do everything perfect, but look, my personality, Trent's personality, we can only get shot on but so much by so many people. Yeah, we can only take so much, so let's just be realistic. We're about like 75%, maybe less. But look, we try at the very least to say, look, this is our work, love it, or don't. We're not going to judge you for hating it, but if you want to talk shit, we're going to talk shit right back, because we're not just going to sit here and just take it.
Oh man, am I about to put NSFW on the stream?
You might.
I think I am. I don't think I think you got to pay to play for that.
No.
Right.
Like,
anyway,
look, if you like, scroll down for a second. Scroll down for a second. Just a little bit. Scroll down. Scroll. All right, there, right there. No, scroll back up.
Oh
up.
Crap.
Yeah, up. Yeah, right there.
With the 1, 5, and 10.
Yeah, the 1, 5, and 10. So, like, look, guys. If you've made it this far into the stream, one, I apologize. 2, we're not asking a whole lot, just $1.
Yep.
And we can keep going. Our $5 tier and our $10 tier, those are going to actually merge into one thing.
Oh, cool.
What ended up happening was, like, I wanted to do domestic United States versus international tiers separate, and I couldn't justify, like, the price cost.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get rid of the international tier and treat international as if it was domestic, and I'm just going to eat the cost myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like,
just to make it even across the board. Wow.
Yeah, just to make it even across the board. Like, I did, like, we ended up charging international extra $5. And looking at it long term is like, you know what? You have like these international tier getting charged $5 a month, and they're not really getting as much. It's not fair, you know.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, probably when I wake up tomorrow morning, not hungover, is I'm going to open up some more old tiers. Just drop down into those. It's fine. It's whatever. Jump in the first arc if you can. Just get it in. Stay there if you're international. Like, I'm just trying to separate people that have been with us from the beginning versus newer, people that haven't been.
And that includes Canada, right? Because I know we got some.
Yeah,
Canadians
that includes Canada. Like, look, like I'm not trying to separate Canadians from Europeans or whatever. Like, look, even if you're Japanese, just jump in wherever you feel comfortable putting your money. I will eat the cost because I believe in this project that much, and that's what it's gonna be. I'm gonna get rid of all the international tiers, and I'm gonna start a tier for the second season moving forward.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of cleanup I got to do in the back, but I do have like a tier where it's like, hey, look, you can get poster and you're gonna get a mug every 6 months. So there is that.
It's beautiful. I love it.
I'm still gonna eat the cost on those. They're actually not like, if you scroll down, like the $35 tier and the $50 tier with the print and the mug.
Yeah,
they're actually $5 off. I'm just eating the cost because I believe in this project that much.
Yeah, I don't know what people could want more than this, honestly, in terms of creators actually, bleeding money just to make sure that people are getting the absolute best value for their dollar per month.
I don't know either, but there are days where like honestly, and I'm sure Dwayne can tell you this. Like there was, so Patreon kind of like killed us back.
Yeah, I remember that. Like,
yeah,
what was that? That was late last year or something. You did it like
late last year. So pretty much all I ended up getting was like, I really ended up not getting that much money from Patreon from September through December. So I ended up paying that out of pocket just to make sure that everybody got the shit that they needed.
Yeah.
It wasn't until, this is March. So February was like the first month where like I actually got what I was supposed to get from Patreon. And I'm using that to kind of pay off my credit card debt. Again, I believe in this project so much that I'm willing to go into debt to make sure people get their shit.
Yeah.
You know, and some people, it's like, oh, well, you know, fuck you. You didn't ship this month, or you didn't ship this other month, or you were late, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, yeah, I get it, sir. You know, it's whatever. But, again, Matt, you've been in our Patreon. You've seen our covers channel.
Yeah.
And our covers for issue 4 is insane.
Yeah.
It's literally fucking insane. There's like 7 fucking covers we did for issue 4 just for Patreon alone.
Yeah, you mean like variants and stuff, right?
Yeah, just like the variants for Patreon. And we did that, like, let me see, like the first, let's see, like, let me open this again, and I can tell you right out the bat. All right, boom. All right. Okay, so we had 1, 2, 3. We had like 3 covers that were like, hey, throw us some money and we'll send those to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had, let's see, we had our normal cover that we sent to everybody. We had the Timothy Lamb Black Cops variant that we sent to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
We had a bonus cover that we sent to everybody. And then we had an Easter variant that we sent to everybody, which ended up being late. But whatever, we sent it to everybody. And then by the time we got to like the actual Mortal Kombat Punchline tier and other variants for that, we were already like well into November, December.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
But we did like all these all these bonus covers for the Patreons, and people still like, you know what, like fuck you guys. But it's whatever. Like, look, I tried to make this different. I tried to make it worth your money. Sometimes I don't make it right, but I will eventually make it right at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, what sold me honestly on your whole the light really turned on for me when I saw that you had a channel on your Discord that was just for fulfillment issues that people could bring up, and it had stuff in there where people were, I mean, that's a good thing when I see, because there's always fulfillment issues, but the fact that people are actually they trust you and they trust the system, the setup to go in there and say, okay, here's my issue, and then it's going to get fixed. I mean, that's when you're not just looking at a scheme that you thought up one night. Like that's seeing your community at work doing the healthy thing of getting expectations met and fixing issues that inevitably do happen for all projects. That was really cool when I saw that.
Yeah, so we have like we have a shipping channel, which is basically like, oh hey, look, I didn't get any issue 4. Like, oh cool, message our shipment dude. He'll put in an order, and then Brian will pay for that out of pocket to get you your shit. Right? Yep. And then we also have like, oh hey, I got issue whatever, but let's say the fucking corner's jacked up. Message me there, we will fix it.
Yeah.
And then we have like a general help channel, like, oh hey, I'm confused about that last Patreon post. Yeah, sure. This is what we actually meant because Brian's a fucking moron.
I forgot about that. Yeah, you have that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like we have, all these channels just for people to reach out to us and say like, hey, either I have an issue or I didn't quite understand what you meant by this. Mm-hmm. And we do that not because like, oh yeah, we're probably gonna fuck up, but just things happen.
Fulfillment for everyone.
Fulfillment gets missed. Sometimes, God, I can't tell you how many times like international people gotten screwed over. And it's like all it takes is, hey, hop into Discord, let me know your issue, we'll fix it right then, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the end of it. Mm-hmm. I don't know of any other Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaign that is like that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Right?
Yeah. Which is sad because this is
like your setup on Indiegogo it's events. It's an event,
exactly.
Event. It's not the trudge. It's not the day-to-day walk of doing comics.
Yeah.
And the thing about that I've always been impressed with your model and something that I want to find a way to replicate, honestly, because what you're providing is the mail order version of going down to the corner store to pick up your comics.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And that routine, that going in into the 7-Eleven with your your nickel and buying yourself Snickers and a couple issues of Batman, and
mm-hmm.
And I think I love that. I'm jealous of that.
Yeah. Again, I've been telling people, hey, look, what are you gonna do? Like, oh yeah, I'm doing a Kickstarter campaign. Like, hey, who's your printer? Oh, I don't know. I haven't figured out a printer yet. Look, use this printer. Here's their costs. Blah 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 blah. Oh well, I'm not going to use that printer because so and so professional doesn't use them. They use Print Ninja. Like, okay, that's cool, but if you don't meet like certain milestones, if you don't meet certain criteria, Print Ninja's not actually going to work. So again, if you look at the private chat, I have, I have I have beer, I have day font, I have small PDF, I have my printer, and then I have another printer that I use, or that I was actually looking at using. But, I've had people like, hey, look, hey, I was going to use your printer, but I use this other person, but my shit's late.
Mhm.
Like, look, I can't feel empathy for you because, like, my printer fucking works. Do they have issues? Yes. Every printer has issues. If a printer didn't have issues, then there wouldn't be people there,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not everything's going to run smoothly, but people also need to understand that slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So we're going to start like these Indiegogo and these Kickstarting campaigns. You need to figure out who your printer is going to be first. You need to figure out what they're like, how they work for you.
Yep.
Print from them, and then move from there. And again, a lot of people haven't even gotten to that phase. They're like, oh, well, I'm just going to use Print Ninja, or I'm going to use Kraken Print.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to use this other printer whose contract I really didn't read too far in depth with, And hey, look, that's fine. You can use different printers, but at least understand that, again, going back to project management, the timeline that they have to ship you your stuff before you ship to your Patreons, backers, whatever. My Patreon is set up so I specifically ship directly from, like, I don't pay shipping twice, right? That was like my main thing. I didn't want to have to pay shipping twice. Mm-hmm. So my Patreon is set up to where the backers or the patrons, they show up, they pay, and then I just ship when I have something to ship. I just ship that directly to them, and that's the end of the story, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Indiegogo Kickstarter, it's like, oh, well, I'm just going to do this Indiegogo Kickstarter. Then after I fulfill, I'm going to then figure out who my printer is and who my film my stuff. Like, that's not the time to figure that stuff out. You should already have your printer figured out. You should already have, like, your team figured out. You should have your budget figured out. You should have, like, your stretch goal figured out. You should already be working on the book. You shouldn't be doing live streams. You shouldn't be doing, like, oh, well, my Kickstarter, my Indiegogo's done, so I'm going to do, like, a cheesecake challenge, or I'm going to do, like, more fan art challenge. That's bullshit, right? You should get your shit done out the fucking door before you move on to extra shit. And that's where all these fucking crowdfunding campaigns, like, that's where they fail. That's where, look, I'm going to call some people out. I'm drunk enough to where I don't give a fuck anymore.
Are you at 16? Are you?
Yeah, that's where Red Rooster fails. That's where Juan Pole fails. That's where Little Girl Lethal fails. And you look at all these campaigns, and it's like, look, like, some of these should have been a slam fucking dunk.
Oh yeah.
But you didn't have the project. The project management just was not there.
Yeah. You should. The approach should have been. I have the whole pipeline worked out and nailed down, written out and ready to go, and I have the team locked in, and I've got fulfillment and printing locked in terms of my game plan. That's how you've got a working business model. Not
exactly.
I have $12,000 now. That's not your green light for being able to do this well. It's being able to manage the project.
Right. Yeah. So, like, I pulled Indiegogo up. I'm probably gonna call people out, and they're probably gonna have hurt feelings, but that's okay. Look, if I call you out, it's not malice. It's just, look, this shit just, you guys need to unfuck your shit. Jack Irons, still Cowboy, he always delivers. I'm always gonna back his shit.
Yeah.
Right? Back his shit.
Cody's good.
Cody is great. Cody is great.
Yeah.
Cody is meticulous. Might take a little bit, but back Cody, right? Little Girl Lethal, right? That should have been delivered. That should have been delivered, just of like 2019. But it wasn't until this year that he finally figured out, like, oh yeah, I actually need to get a letterer.
Oh, was it him?
Jimmy, I love you. Jimmy, I love you. I'm sorry, but I'm probably not going to back you again in your next fucking campaign. Same with Wampool. I love you guys. I love you guys the deepest. But you guys got fully funded $11,000 in March 2019. Where's fucking Wampool? That should have been a fucking slam fucking dunk.
Didn't they had a lot of? I mean, they had like huge outside factors, right? Like, wasn't the guy like homeless?
Look, okay, yeah, sure, homelessness, whatever. That's not part of the campaign, though. The campaign is the book.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, I
that's real talk.
I don't want to be a dick. I really don't want to be a dick. And I'm drunk enough where I probably won't remember this shit when I wake up in the morning. But look,
if I have to delete the stream,
the campaign was not to get somebody off the street. The campaign was for the buck. Yeah. So if you're going to do this shit, if you're going to do this shit, right? You don't like at least let people know. Look, this part of the campaign is for the homeless and shit. That would have been cool. And then the extra shit would have been campaign. Be transparent with your shit. That's all I'm saying. They didn't
do a GoFundMe or something, or I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
that
would have been fine. But they didn't do that with this, and that's the part that fucked up, right? And God, like these guys are my friends, and I love them very much, and I support them 110%. But your follow-on campaign after this, count me out. Because this was February 2019. That should have been a slam fucking dunk for y'all. Y'all should have had this shit done.
Yeah. I really wish I was seeing them on the books too by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I forgot about Little Girl.
This actually goes back to where is my number 11? Script changes mid creation.
Yeah.
You should not change your script for your book mid funding. All your shit should be done ahead of time. Before you come to Indiegogo, before you come to Kickstarter, before Brian Ball has to go actually pee because he's like 12 beers in the 48 cans.
I know. I'm trying to figure out, like, are you peeing back into the bottles? Like, how have you been able to do that?
Well, so honestly, like, the bathroom is just like right across, like 5 feet from.
All right.
Where I am, so like, just give me like, when I say like, give me 5 seconds, it's really like me walking across, peeing, and then coming right back. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. 5 seconds.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. We still got 6 people watching, and I'm really thankful for you guys.
That's me.
Give us a like and a sub because we'll try to do more of these.
You know what the crazy thing is now I finally have a chance to chime in. I'm about spent. I gotta cut out here once Brian gets back.
Same here. Yeah,
but
I understand.
While he's there, I am going to go ahead and do a little bit of shilling of my own. If you
please
want to follow me on Twitter at MD Rhys, it's really easy to find our company account at ideal_comics, and I just put a link there for the most recent chapter on our webcomic, which is it's a 6 pages, the first half of a short little mystery story featuring our hero Buckskin Boone on a train trip across America, gets caught into a murder mystery. And Buckskin Boone is sort of like my love letter to everything I love and everything I hate about living in the Western Nebraska. So, and Eastern.
I'm looking for that. You said it's on Twitter right now?
The link is on Twitter. I just put it on there, and I will share it on mine as well. But it's on the Ideal Comics page.
Thunder. All right, I'm back. So,
Oh man,
look,
I got to put the link on it. Damn it, I got to do
look,
it.
look. Wampool, Little Girl Lethal, right? I love those guys. The guys are cool. But again, being cool doesn't necessarily translate over to handling people's money well, right?
Yep.
That's just that's not like me trying to talk shit about them. That's just like, hey, look, your campaign is raising an eyebrow.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue. Because like a lot of times we're buying books based on whether or not these guys are cool. And I don't think that's a bad thing. That's not a good I mean, it's just a morally neutral thing. It's just natural. It's just human beings doing it.
But hear me out. Hear me out. Like, this is my problem with this, right? And I really don't want these guys to think like, oh, Brian's just fucking talking shit, dunking on us, and blah blah blah. Right? Look, if you are launching it, like let's say you, Matt, right? You're launching an Indiegogo for Kyrie 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I endorse that. It's not just your name on the line; it's my fucking name on the line. Because again, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, look, I'm endorsing this guy saying that he's going to produce and print and deliver on time.
Yep.
If you don't produce and deliver on time, that affects me.
Yep.
That affects me 110%.
That's what the last like 3 months of the big guys on Indiegogo who endorse people since 2018. Like those chickens are coming to roost, which is unfortunate. I mean, I shouldn't even be smiling at that stupid pun.
But it's sad. It's serious.
It's really serious. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's just more about accountability within this ecosystem, and because there's only so many people who even know what this whole crowdfunding thing is and care enough to want to put any money towards it. So you gotta really respect those customers because and like we keep hearing, I mean, the local comic store's got a lot of good comics in it right now. You can just go back and buy the big two again. If you left in 2016, you can go back and you can find some stuff. So
exactly. So it's really just like, you know, like, hey, look, you're asking me to boost your campaign or to co-sign on your campaign, whatever the campaign is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are either 2 years late or a year late. That actually reflects on me, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm gonna call
secondarily, not as much, but yeah.
Not as much, but still, you know, it's like, look, if you don't deliver on your stuff after I've co-signed that, hey, yeah, this guy's good to go to deliver on stuff, that makes me look bad too.
Yeah.
Again, like the indie sphere is very small, and we really need to be good. Like whether or not we like each other or not, we need to be good stewards of the sphere, right? It's very niche, and it's very volatile. So look, I'm not gonna like let's just say like Kyrie number 3 is late. I'm not gonna dog on you for that. Just like I really hope that you won't dog on me for Rhys 94 being late. But at the end of the day, you know, it's like, look, if I'm gonna co-sign on your stuff, you need to have like all this stuff ready. You need to have like your printer lined up. You need to have like your art team lined up. You like if you don't know about
ready
lettering,
to push the
you
button.
need to have the lettering lined up. You need to know what your budget is. If you don't know how to do like Wi-Fi pillow or socks or t-shirts, you need to be asking somebody. If your stretch goal, if your basic initial goal for like crowdfunding for Kickstarter, Indiegogo is super high, you need to like rectify that, or at least talk like, hey, look, is 20K too high? Is 10K too high? What should be my metric of success here? If you've been doing this for more than 2 or 3 years, you already have an idea of what your your failure rate is. If you're not actively working on the book, and what I mean by not actively working on the book is very, very simple. It's, hey, I'm going to do like 5-6 hour live streams and not actually draw anything if I'm an artist. Or, if I'm a writer, I'm going to be hosting like art challenges, right?
Yeah.
That just lets me know, like, oh, well, your focus is not necessarily on getting your book done. That's just getting fans to do free art for you, so you can take that and use that to promote your stuff. Like, that's bullshit, right? So if you're not actively working on the book, that's a red flag. If you're not willing to give refunds to your customers, that is a huge red flag. So that will actually make me not ever back your shit ever again.
Yeah, that shuts it down for me too. Yeah.
Yep. If you don't already have a team in place, if you don't know, like, oh, hey, it takes my penciler 2 days to do pencils, and then it takes my inker a day to do inks, and my colorist 5 days to do colors on one page. Like, if you don't have that already sorted out before you come to me, like, hey, look, I have a project I want you to help promote. Yeah, I'm not going to promote it. If you don't have your stuff 80 to 90% done, I'm also not going to promote it. If you're just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to focus on stretch rules. Like at $30,000, I'm going to give everybody a free print. Or I'm going to do poker chips. Or I'm going to do this. Like, okay, that's all that nifty shit is cool, but who's your printer? Yeah, if you don't have that,
letterer? Yeah.
Who's your letterer, right? Like, did you buy fonts? If you don't have that, if you don't have all that stuff figured out before all of this, I'm not gonna shill or back your stuff. And at the end of the day, number 14 on my list, digital proofs, right? Yeah. Digital proofs, digital proofs. If you don't have a digital tier on your campaign, I'm not gonna back it. Plain and simple. Plain and fucking simple. If you're not, look, I get it.
That's one more way to eliminate failure, because you can still get the book, you can still get the story and art to everyone, even if the printer falls through, like you're saying, or if there's just delays, you still have that recourse.
Exactly. Like, hey, look, I know everybody's waiting. I know it's been like 3 months and everybody's waiting the book, but I at least got that digital proof back. That means the art is done. That means the ink. Hold on, let's back up. That means the pencils are done. That means the inks are done. That means the colors are done. That means the lettering is done. That means, I formatted this correctly to the best of my ability. And hey, the printer is having issues. Printing is always going to be issues for any independent creator. I still have issues with this. I still struggle with this, but I've worked with this printer long enough. I know what those issues are, and I can preemptively build my printer proof to mitigate those things, right?
Yeah, that's experience, and you're offering it, and people really do need to take you up on that.
Yeah,
but especially now that there's a lot of bodies in the streets over the past 2 years.
Exactly.
People taking bad advice or not taking any advice,
or asking the right questions. Like, look, I get it. I don't necessarily agree with Patreon's politics, whatever. Right? Yeah. That's fine. But Patreon does a number of things that Kickstarter, Indiegogo won't do. Patreon will guarantee you, if you buy into my project, that you will get what you deserve or get what you bought into.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, no, there may be times where, like, hey, look, you showed up after an event and, hey, you know what? You're a Patreon, you showed up, we'll do something. We'll work something out to get that to you, right? Patreon is like putting your back to the wall, putting you on report. That gives you like I'm not sure if you've seen it, but we actually have like an infographic. Like, hey, this month we're shipping out this cover.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of when you were talking about the whole year's worth of covers. Yeah.
Yeah, let me actually pull this up before I. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Like, and don't get me wrong, like I completely get it that here, let me share screen. Oh. Nope, not that one.
No,
that's not.
Okay, don't hit that.
Don't hit that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're summarizing it really well.
There we go. Bam. That's the screen. That's the screen you share.
All right. Yes, beautiful.
Right. So this is what I do for Patreon. Like, I know it's monthly, and we're trying to do a better job of shipping everybody all their stuff at once. But look, December you get this cover. January you get this cover. February you get this cover. March this cover. April that cover. May I'm actually aiming for April to get all these other covers shipped out. Stuff that I don't know or I'm not sure about, hey, look, to be determined. And that covers from this cover all the way through here. Like I try my best to make sure that everybody understands, like, hey, look, this is what you should expect from December, January, February, March, April, May, and then, hey, look, we're still working on stuff. So this might not necessarily be June. It might be July. It might be August. So there's some uncertainty there, but you're getting something. Along. Yeah. But you also know what to expect. So on this particular tier, you'll see like there's the Sailor Rogowski logo on it. That means to my as I try to push to my patrons, like, look, you're going to get issue 7, but you're also going to get like the Sailor Rogowski bonus story.
Yeah.
And we're going to send it here. Then here, this is when we're going to jump into the Punchline Black Ops crossover. And then, hell, look, I have Black Needle's Revenge right here. Not quite sure when that's going to get produced, but it's in queue. So people actually know what exactly to expect.
Yeah. It's visual. It's practical. It lines up with months. I mean, you can't misunderstand that. You've even got it color coded with the outline thing, which I thought was really nice. So you can understand which tier gets what.
Exactly. And honestly, that was a Patreon like, hey, look, your shit's fucked up. Let me help you.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thanks, dude. And then we took that thing and then we used it. Again, if you don't understand what you're doing and you have like backers, patrons, whatever that actually do understand what they're doing, use it. It benefits not just you, it benefits the whole indie sphere together.
Yeah. If it benefits the customer and the backer, it's just gonna make them have more reason to back more things more often. If I'm your backer, if I'm back in Namco properties and I'm seeing consistent output as promised, that's going to make me want to look out for more things as well. It's going to increase my confidence in the whole weird DIY industry to begin with, which is
right. Hey, look, even if it's even if it's not as it was promised. Like, hey, look, we're gonna ship $40 this month, right? I'm just throwing arbitrary stuff out there. Like, we're gonna throw like $40 out there. You still have a avenue to like, hey, whatever happened to like those $40 in May? Like, oh yeah, so actually what happened was X, Y, and Z, and then we couldn't actually do this, so blah blah blah. So while yes, Kickstarter and Indiegogo, those may seem like platforms for creators to go and launch books and blah 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 blah.
It looks sexy. It's
Yeah, they're very sexy platforms. Patreon is actually a viable platform too. And I'm telling you, with Patreon, if that Patreon drops from like all the way to like $0, I'm still gonna be producing a book. It's just gonna come out of profit. It's just going to take longer.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's just
all the money that Patreon gets is just to pay Luigi to draw. Yeah. And then it's to pay my colorist to do colors. And then once we have a product to actually ship, we just ship it. End of story. Our backs are to the wall. And I update ridiculous. I update annoyingly, but you actually know what exactly it is you're going to get. Like, oh yeah, Brian's going to update like 3 times a day. Like, I'm going to just put this on you. So if you miss an update, that's on you.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because
you as the customer are still in power. You get to choose if it's on you or not, which is nice.
Exactly.
You're not being left out of the loop ever. Which is the key difference between what you guys are doing and what I think instinctively most people want to do. They want to close the doors and shutter the windows when there's an issue to protect. Or maybe that's just pride, but however you want to describe it.
That may be pride. Yeah. Like, look, my pride is so much to where, like, look, I'm confident where, like, hey guys, I messed up issue 4's Easter bonus variant, right? So that wasn't necessarily like a variant that I was expecting everybody to get. But if you missed this variant, let me know. I will ship you a new one.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, and that makes all the difference.
Look, I did this extra bonus variant, but that put me behind for issue 5 and 6. Let me finish getting these bonus variants out to these guys. Now we'll get you, and now we'll catch up, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the one thing with Patreon. It's like, look, I can do bonus shit, and I can do all this extra stuff, and it won't necessarily be a negative thing. Like, look, if you don't want any of the bonus covers, just hang out in a different chair. But the choice is put on the customer, not on me. It's like, look, this is what I'm producing. This is what I'm going to ship out. This is what I'm going to do it. All the information's out there, up in the air, and I really hope, again, I don't like Patreon's politics, but it's a platform I can use. I don't like Kickstarter's politics, but it's a platform other people use. I don't like Indiegogo's politics, but it's a platform other people use. You don't necessarily have to agree with the platform itself in order to support a creator who's got a project.
Yeah.
Like, we really need to step away from like, oh, well, you're on Kickstarter, so I'm not going to back you. Yeah, I get it. You don't agree with Kickstarter. But that's where that creator is. That's where they felt the most comfortable. If you're interested in their project, back them. It's really hard to like just navigate all the social stuff, if you will.
That's still you got to make these platforms work for you, and that means backing creators wherever you think wherever they are, if you think they deserve it. I think that's you taking control, honestly. If you nope out from backing people you genuinely would wish to support because you don't like the platform. I feel like that's the platform making you work for it. It decided for you that you can't back the people that you want to back in a way. That's kind of how I feel. So
that's exactly how I felt. So during what was it during my issue 2 run, as I was putting stuff together, I actually had people like, man, you should do like a Kickstarter. You should do like an Indiegogo. Like, but why? Like, there's no reason for me to do an Indiegogo if I have a Patreon going.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no point to that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but you get like so much more money. Like, you know what? If people actually believe in my project,
they'll back it where it is.
Yeah, they would back it where it is, and it's not necessarily about money, you know. Mm-hmm. And it's probably a tough pill to swallow, but Patreon, Indiegogo, and Kickstarter, they all have the same exact politics.
Yeah, that's clear.
It's very, very, very clear. And when people say like, "Well, I'm not gonna back your shit because you launched on Kickstarter," I'm not gonna back your shit because you launched on Indiegogo. Look, I'm gonna launch where I launch. If you want it, you'll get it. If not, hey, I understand why. That's cool. But this is where I'm launching. I'm not gonna launch 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 24 different campaigns just to cater, to one person.
Yeah. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to show potential readers and backers, cat move, that regardless of what people feel about the platform, they know what to expect from us, and hopefully that's integrity, reliability, honesty, transparency, and that hardworking project management ethic that does have results that we have proven in the past, that we can fulfill. Yeah. We'll wrap it up here. There's still 4 people who are thankfully hanging out with us, and I think Brian and I really appreciate you sticking it out, because I think this is probably the most informative stream in a long time that I've heard, and I got to be a part of it, which is nice. I've been a fan of Brian Shot Caller Ball for a while, for about. I mean, I knew of Rags when it jumped on the scene, but I didn't know Brian till maybe seeing him on This and That again, from seeing the integrity that he was demonstrating online and on streams for about a year now. So it's cool to like actually kind of talk to you and get to know your thoughts, and it's nice to see that we're on the same page in terms of not. We're stating our demands on how we're going to be acting and how we're going to be doing these campaigns, and or just how we're going to be creating a product for people. We're not waiting for people to tell us how to do it or what team we got to be on or what words we got to say. We're just gonna make quality stuff for people, and we're gonna put our own money into it if that's what it takes.
Exactly.
So yeah. Ezra, thanks for hanging out in the chat.
Appreciate thanks for hanging out with us.
And thanks, Matt, for coming in. Matt Rhys. Poor. I think he had a long day, so he kind of wilted. But appreciate his insight and input. And so anyone, go ahead, check out the New Age Ninja Corps Patreon. Got a lot of nice tiers. There's a tier for everyone at every level. Let me add that back in.
Yeah. Look, guys, I just really want to put out this one thing. Like,
put it out.
You don't necessarily have to agree with us, like politically or whatever. Like, you don't like our book, that's fine. But at the end of the day, customer service is key, right?
Mm.
Like, make sure your customers are informed of where your project is at, when it's at, where it's at, blah 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 blah. But on the flip side of that, if you're a customer, just because you gave a creator $5, $6, $20, $80, $100, that doesn't guarantee you the right to treat creators like shit. Right? We're all trying to do our best in a very small situation. Well, not a small situation, but we're all trying to do our best in a very small climate, in a very tight community. So let's just treat each other with respect. Like, just don't say like, "Oh, hey, you screwed me out of $40 for a piece of shit." Like, hey, look, I might not have known that. Oh, my fulfillment company didn't deliver to you. Let me fix that. Let me work it. Like, look, 90% of creators aren't there to steal your money, but at the same time, creators, you guys need to be aware of what it is you're doing. Like, have your printer lined up before you go to print. Like, make sure your team is focused on your project. Know your budget. If you have questions, fuck your pride. Ask the questions. Don't set super high fucking goals for your Indiegogo or your Kickstarter. Keep them simple. If you haven't been in the industry 20 years, your goal should be like $500. That might be hurtful or whatever, but just keep that in mind. You haven't been in the industry for more than a couple of years, so you need to build your name, and then your name brand recognition. Always have refunds available for people that need refunds. Make sure you're always actively working on your book. Make sure your team understands what exactly it is that they're doing. And when you write a script, you turn it into an artist to start drawing, make sure that's the final copy. Don't change your script. Sorry. Don't change your script in between so that it takes the artist longer to draw or they have to go back or whatever. Stretch goals or bonuses, they should not be the focus of your campaign. Your campaign should be focused on getting your shit out and mail. And look, I completely understand. Like, there's some people out there that don't like digital copies, but for me, if you don't have a digital copy on your campaign, that just tells me that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Have a digital copy. Will it get pirated? Yeah, probably. Will it get shipped around? Yeah, probably. But, however, having that digital copy will show your backers that, hey, look, all the work that I was supposed to do on this book was done. So at least there's some sort of milestone that you can hit to ship to the people backing your campaign. That's all that is. And if you're a professional comic creator and you don't know how to do any of this shit, you probably shouldn't be launching an Indiegogo because you're a dumbass.
Yep.
No, I have no empathy for you. Like, honestly, this whole excuse of, well, this is their first campaign, this blah blah blah, that's a no-go for me. Nobody should be saying like, oh, this is our first campaign, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Well, if this is your first campaign and you didn't know what you were doing, you need to start asking questions. And hey, you need to start asking questions to the right people. Look, you may not agree with me, you may not like me, but hey, look, you have a legitimate question for your campaign. I will do everything in my power to tell you where to go. Look, Shopify and Guten are your best bets for getting like print on demand stuff go. Use technology, use the internet. It's there, it's here. Don't be afraid of it. It's not bad to use. Hey, I want to do prints. Look, use Guten, use Printify. Start a Shopify store with your Indiegogo campaign. I swear, guys, look, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I put all the links that you gave. I put them all in the show notes for this YouTube video. So anyone, they can just kind of scroll below, and it's all in the video details. Thankfully, so
yeah, thank God.
It's all in one place.
So please, look, learn from my mistakes and just use this stuff and be better than I was. That's all I ask. Like, if you're better than me, I don't really see that as like an insult or like, oh, like I got a challenge accepted, I got to do better than. No, if you took something I did and was better at it than I was, that's pride for me. Because like, hey, look, I went through all this mess and I learned this one thing, and so took that and they were more successful than me at that one thing. That's pride for me. That's shocking points. You know? Stop, get it out of your head like, oh, I can't share my trade secrets because that's gonna make other people better than me. No.
Yeah.
Like, look, if you have a creator that's better at shipping than you, learn from them, take that knowledge, and then run with it. You know, it's not about being better than other people. It's about making this indie comics community better. I don't agree with a lot of people here. You know, like case in point, I love Tim Lim. I don't agree with him 100% on everything, but I always back and always support him because I know he's always going to fulfill. Guys, just take the objective.
He's making the ecosystem better with his products.
Yes, let's just take the overall objective and make this ecosystem better for everybody. Take politics out of it, take ideology out of it, and this will be a better place for everybody. I swear to God. Again.
Well, you keep saying that you think you don't do a good job, but I really don't know anyone doing a better job in terms of customer service than Brian Ball.
We try. We don't hit it 100% like I would like, but
you
know, there's going to be those onesies and twosies. But we do try. Like I definitely do try. I will give it my all. I'll give it my best. And when I felt like, okay, look, I gave you everything that I got. But at the end of the day, people, look, listen. This stuff, if it's hot, if you hate me, but you really need to know how to fulfill, ask me. I will point you in the right direction to make sure you're a success. Because again, at the end of the day, your failure doesn't just reflect on you, it reflects on me. It reflects on everybody here. We all need to find some sort of happy medium to come together and share this knowledge. Marvel, DC, IDW, Image, they think they got, the market cornered on this shit. They don't.
Yeah.
Technology is out there to outdo these guys. They go direct market. We can even bypass Diamond. But you people have to pull your heads out of your fourth point of contact, which is your ass, and be brave enough to take that next step. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
I'm Brian Ball. This is my TED Talk.
It's you got the chat going nuts. So thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for and he's muted. Probably back to the bathroom. Thanks guys. We'll probably wrap it up here. Ezra, you're a trooper for hanging out this whole time. Maybe next time we'll have to have you on the stream. If you're gonna hang out this long, you might as well talk with us. But we'll go ahead and draw things to a close. Check out Kyrie Book 2 on Indiegogo if you haven't already. I'm trying in my small way to do the Brian Ball approach on Indiegogo, which is kind of dumb, but I don't have that much Patreon support. But we are getting the book printed. It's just a matter of when, because I'm making Indiegogo work for me. I'm not working for Indiegogo. I'm not stopping at 30 days. I'm just gonna work until the money's there, and then the book goes to the printer the following day. That's the only reason the money exists, is to go to the printer. And and we got digital tiers. So anyway, this has been just a nice comics chat. I don't have an official name for this show or anything like that. I don't even really have a show. But Brian was like, "Hey, let's hang out and let's talk. I got some things to get off my chest," and I was more than willing to do that. Yep, Ezra, thanks for backing it, man. So y'all have a good night. Have a good Friday into Saturday. It's been good. It's been real. Enjoy it. Stay healthy on the internet. Find good comics that you like. Support them. Find good creators. Be good to them. And creators most certainly be good to backers and potential backers, which are theoretically everyone. So we'll leave it at that. Brian, you have anything you want to say?
I'm fucking drunk.
I thought you would have sobered up by now. It's been so long.
Oh, dude, no, I haven't stopped drinking.
Oh my god. Yeah. All right, you go pass out. I'm gonna go do the same. All right, y'all have a good night. Ending broadcast.